Freedom is just another word for nothing left to lose. And that's all that Bobby left me. And now for something completely different.
I feel nauseous, believe me. Never had a lot of shit come easy. Had to work hard, struggle just to be me. Had to rise up just so they could see me. Did what I had to do just to feed me. And what was left over I put towards my dreaming. But the only thing in life that has meaning are the things you gotta work for, believe me. Take into your hands a plan. Your own hands can land your own brand. And damn, I feel like no one takes accountability. They want the credibility, convincingly unwilling to put in the hours it takes to get some power. Don't be f***ing sour. Take a cold shower. Scream until you're louder. Work until you're prouder. And f*** all the doubters, they're just your downers. Let's go. I'm just telling you to fight for your dreams, but it's not what it seems. Man, it's hard to be seen. And everybody wants to be king. Yeah, they all wanna ring. Yeah, we all wanna be free. So show me what you got, what you bring. How you fight in the ring. How you take a f***ing swing. Do you got heart? Are you mean? Got some scars, got some needs. Are you willing to go bleed? I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm f***ed off at these f***ing clowns who were all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it. It's only worth it if you work for it. I won't stop till they hear me now. I won't stop till I wear the crown. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm f***ed off at these f***ing clowns who are all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it. It's only worth it if you work for it. I won't stop till they hear me now. I won't stop till I wear the crown.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Chilling with Sasquatch, where tonight I'm going to show you some more monsters because I like the monsters. Don't you like the monsters? I like the monsters. Yeah, I'm working on something a little unusual, something a little different. It's one of those situations where you want to see a certain type of content, but nobody's really making it. So you find somebody that does something really close to what you want to watch, and you give them all the tools and watch them play with them. It's going to be great. Promise you it'll be fucking excellent. Let's see what we got going on over here. Divine Sorcerer has been in. That's good to see you, bud. Smoking Auditor gets the gold, apparently. Divine Sorcerer gets the silver. And Dennis Bowles gets the bronze. Welcome in. Lucy Morningstar may very well end up with the participation trophy, but it is still early yet. Let's wait and find out. How many of us here have ever had a mugshot? Now, look, being arrested is not the end of the world, but sometimes it can certainly feel like it. You're sitting in lockup, you're staring at those freaking bars, or God forbid you're in one of the fish bowls, and you got to sit there and do the whole thing with the staring at the bars and the no toilet paper and the sink in the toilet thing, and the water's always horrendous, and there's no good part about being in jail. And the mugshots probably, or at least to me, was always one of the worst parts because I take terrible pictures. I know seeing this stunning specimen before you that it's hard to believe that I take terrible pictures. I really do. You wouldn't believe how much work goes into making this particular visage so very nice. But truly, some of my mugshots are pretty heinous, and most of my school pictures are horrible. In fact, you wouldn't recognize me because I've had so much work done. But here we have a group of people who are, what's up? Not really here. Good to see you. That's a pretty good name too. Basically, these are numbskulls who have really horrible mugshots, and homie goes over the things that they did and whatnot, and it's a pretty interesting watch. Then we're going to talk about how Katrina murdered her best friend for $350. Can you imagine your life to a friend It's worth less than $350. Crazy. We have some last scene CCTV footage. And then we're going to take off into the world of make-believe, or is it? The twisted tale of Mary Quite Contrary. We got some saber-toothed cats in the future. We got a bunch of good stuff. It's gonna be good stuff. I enjoy it. I enjoy this kind of stuff anyway. And that's really what counts around here, is specifically how much I enjoy it. You can probably tell I've had a bit of a migraine all day. It's been a bit of a clusterfuck. I haven't liked it. It's not enjoyable. What's up, Lucy? Good to see you, bud. Bud. All right, so this fruitcake.
The man, Donald P. Murray, was...
Hold on. All right. The thing.
38-year-old Indiana man Donald P. Murray was arrested by Terre Haute police on multiple occasions from 2019 to 2021 for similar offenses. Murray was first spotted driving without lights in late November of 2019. He evaded law enforcement, but was apprehended on December the 3rd. He was held without bail on criminal recklessness and resisting law enforcement. 6 weeks later, he was released, but not long after that, Murray was again arrested after leading officers on a brief pursuit through several Indiana streets on February the 17th of 2020. This time, he was accused of resisting law enforcement, reckless driving, possession of methamphetamine, maintaining a common nuisance, and auto theft. He was held in lieu of a $15,000 bail. After his second arrest, records indicated that Murray was jailed 5 more times for the same offenses. As of the latest updates, he'd been released on June the 29th of 2022 after serving 6 months behind bars. In light of his 7 arrests, we will refrain from making any snarky comments about the tattoo on his forehead. It does all the talking for itself. Number 11, Albert Lee Gardner. After serving a 9.5-year sentence for lewd and lascivious battery, 29-year-old Florida man Albert Lee Gardner was taken back into custody a day after his release. Gardner was released on July the 7th of 2023 and was required to wear a GPS tracking device. When his probation officer noticed that he'd been at a 7-Eleven in Brooksville for an unusual period of time, deputies were called to the location shortly before 2 a.m. on July the 8th. Gardner, however, was nowhere to be found. Only his ankle monitor was recovered in the store's trash can, according to the Hernando County Sheriff's Office. Subsequently, a call came in about a man who had overdosed less than a mile down the street. Authorities responded to the call and learned that it was Gardner who'd taken an unknown narcotic. Gardner was revived after being administered Narcan. When he was cleared at Bravera Health Brooksville, he was booked without bond and charged with violating his probation and tampering with an electronic monitoring device. Gardner was sporting some remarkable facial tattoos in his mugshot.
Don't be judging this man. He just a
Mercy Mary Becerra and Johnny Lewis Hartley, a California couple who pleaded no contest to the death of a toddler, was sentenced under a plea deal. 48-year-old Mercy Mary Becerra and 43-year-old Johnny Lewis Hartley, both from Whittier, crossed the border and entered Tijuana at the San Isidro land port of entry through a pedestrian lane on August 9th of 2016. When Mexican custom agents attempted to stop them, Becerra fled, but Hartley, who was carrying a duffel bag, was detained. Authorities did an X-ray of the bag and discovered a lifeless body inside. Shortly after...
Wait a second. I mean, I'm almost positive most duffel bags have an opening. You just look in the mother, like it's just, it's right. There's no locker, nothing. You just click, look in it. Why did we have to X-ray this woman's bag?
To the discovery.
I mean, if we're going to invade her Fourth Amendment, can't we do that on a street corner with a bag? I mean, if it's going to be happening like that.
Becerra was also taken into custody. She and Hartley were later turned over to the San Diego officers and booked into jail on suspicion of murder. An autopsy determined that the body Hartley was carrying belonged to a girl who'd suffered malnutrition associated with chronic neglect before drowning. Further investigation determined that the victim was...
Well, my baby mama's covered, like she looked like a camouflage blanket. Like she's covered in all kinds of shit. There's shit on her shit. I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's not just tattoos, it's layers of tattoos. So it's hard to tell where one starts and the next one ends. If she were to fall down on some graffiti, you might not find her. Now she does keep it in the sleeves and below like a certain point on her neck. She doesn't. Well, I mean, she does have a dotted line across her throat that says "cut here," but she also had a thyroid operation that left a scar there, and so like she figured, why waste a perfectly good opportunity? Because she's nuts.
The daughter of a woman whom the couple had allegedly trafficked since November of 2012. Prosecutors said that Becerra and Hartley had seized the child and severely abused her from January of 2016 to August of the same year. The two were facing several charges, including murder and torture. On May the 18th of 2021, Becerra and Hartley pleaded no contest to involuntary manslaughter, child abuse, human trafficking of an adult, and criminal threats. The former was handed a 24-year state prison, while the latter was ordered to serve nearly 37 years behind bars. In addition, they were both ordered to register as offenders. They were ridiculed online for their looks during the duration and in the aftermath of their trial.
How you doing, bud?
Number
they're
9,
all nuts.
Michael Ruiz. Through facial tattoos in Arizona.
Specifically, what we're looking at are their wacky-ass mugshots. Some of these guys are actually absolute freaking nut jobs, man. I mean, look at these people. All right, so I don't like to be judgmental. I know some people who have some very extensive tattooing, and I don't have an issue with extensive tattooing. But let me put it this way. I'm probably not going to hire you to run my register if you've got the full demonic skull tattoo on your face. And it wasn't like a pill and stick type job. I mean, I could be wrong.
Arizona man was identified as a suspect in an armed robbery that unfolded at a home improvement store in Phoenix on January the 30th of 2021. Shortly after 8 p.m., 2 male suspects entered the Home Depot store near Cave Creek and Bell Roads and selected numerous items. A witness observed both men exiting.
Yeah, no, they will kill you. Back about a year and a half ago, they did a whole episode on like weird sea creatures or something like that. It's fascinating. I mean, there's a bunch of other channels that do the same general type of content, but this dude's voice is absolutely fucking entrancing. Like, hard to miss it.
The store separately without paying and then coming back in together. The suspect with the face tattoos was then heard telling his accomplice something to the effect that there was no need to worry because he had a gun and would use it. That same suspect later walked back toward the exit of the store with a shopping cart full of items and the gun in his waistband. Approaching the exit, he told an employee that he was armed and would shoot them. A witness reported the incident to the police. Investigators talked to the witnesses and several others and viewed surveillance footage. They were able to identify the armed suspect as Michael Ruiz. The 32-year-old was tracked down near 29th Street and Bell Road on February the 21st. After his Miranda rights were read to him, Ruiz admitted that he'd been inside the Home Depot with another person whom he didn't identify. He said that he'd shoplifted from the store and that he was carrying a BB gun, which he didn't use or threaten anyone with. After his arrest, no further updates have been made to the public. Ruiz might want to consider wearing some form of disguise the next time he decides to rob a store. Number 8. Elisa Zebraski. Elisa Zebraski has previously appeared in one of our videos, but we'd like to include her again since she's in the process of yet another remarkable transformation. In June of 2018, the 27-year-old from Cleveland, Ohio.
Honey, no. No, honey. Like, are you going to donate your skin to a museum or something? Because I don't understand the drive. Look at that dog. He freaking out. He like, look at this crazy woman.
Ohio got the elaborate Day of the Dead tattoo on her face, which included a spider web on her forehead, as well as black shading around her eyes, nose, cheeks, and lips. in the same year. Number 3. Stetson Johnson. Oklahoma teen Stetson Johnson, who was accused of forcing himself despite having tattoos all over her body. Zabraski apparently wanted to remove only the ones on her face and hands due to their association with her ex and the ridicule she had suffered online. She posted images of her tattoo removal journey on social media with support from her family and new partner, saying that she was in the healthiest relationship she'd ever been in.
Can you imagine coming home to your mom and being like, all right, so I've kicked the smack, I've kicked the meth, I got rid of all the junkies in my life, and I would like to remove these tattoos. I'd probably have somebody on speed dial. I'm not going to lie. I love my kids. I'd rather them not have face tattoos. And if that's what it takes, I guess that's just what's going to have to happen.
Number 7. Michael Carter. In Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, 36-year-old Michael Carter was arrested after causing a disturbance at a convenience store on December the 30th of...
I mean, wow. This looks like a Where's Waldo tattoo. That is unfortunate, brother. Okay, so, and no wedding photos in your future? You don't see yourself ever putting on a tuxedo? You're not going to be like, do you not have children going to walk them down the aisle or anything like this? Never going to accept an award or start a rap career? I guess it might work with a rap career, but working at 7-Eleven maybe. I don't know, dude. Just kind of, people like this terrify me because they're already making really heinous decisions. It's literally written all over their face.
2015, Carter was initially seen strolling into a Whataburger wearing a cape and a mask with a toy gun tucked into his waistband. He subsequently entered a come-and-go convenience store located on Kenosha Street. When the female store manager asked him to leave, Carter refused and locked himself in the men's restroom, causing the manager to contact local police. According to the arrest affidavit, a responding officer repeatedly tried to get the man to come out.
Look, coming from a person who has a very special tattoo in a very special location, it takes a certain type of dedication to decide to get a tattoo and to have enough follow through to finish an entire skull tat. It takes some dedication, and I bet you, I don't know, that dude probably did. I bet she's a bitch. I bet she's a balling bitch, and that dude did that tattoo for free because he thought it'd be funny as hell. She was tweaking for like a week and a half, got her some good dope, decided to get her that tattoo she always wanted. Right? Isn't that how it works? I don't know. Allegedly. What's up, Black Watch? Good to see you, bud. Coal Creek Croft. Hey, I like that video you did. That was pretty good. I dig it.
Out. At one point, Carter opened the door and yelled obscenities at the officer. He was eventually taken into custody and booked in the Tulsa County Jail on a $500 bond in January. Carter pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor charge of obstructing a police officer and was sentenced to 18 days of incarceration. He was credited for the time he'd already served and was released. About a month later, on February the 5th, deputies were called to the 7,000 block of North Peoria Avenue to reports of a man pointing guns at motorists. 4 witnesses told authorities that they thought the guns were real and that they were going to be shot. Shortly after 11:30 p.m., they found Carter in possession of 3 plastic weapons.
Hold on. That's a villain. That is a
pointing guns at motorists. 4 witnesses told.
That's the Red Hood. He was just cosplaying, bro. He didn't do nothing. That's all. He ain't a bad guy. He's an artist or a doctor or a lawyer or something, right? Isn't he one of these, what do they call them, dreamers?
Told authorities that they thought the guns were real and that they were going to be shot. Shortly after 11:30 p.m., they found Carter in possession of 3 plastic weapons, including an M16 style gun, a handgun, and a knife. Carter claimed that he was pointing the guns because he'd been jumped a few days prior. Carter was again booked into the Tulsa County Jail.
Okay, so we can't accuse him of making great decisions in the first place. I got $2 says he's probably one of them there prohibited type people. I don't know for a fact, haven't checked his record, but having a lot of face tattoos doesn't imply that you don't have a criminal career. Or am I wrong?
He was held in lieu of $100,000 bail on 4 counts of assault with a deadly weapon. He does not look difficult to pick out in a...
Hey, Cold Creek Croft, have you tried panning on that plot you're on out there? There's got to be a creek somewhere nearby. That looks like just the right type of country. Ought to go throw you a dish out there and see what you get. Never know. Film it. Might get 1 million views.
crowd, and he might want to consider laying low for a while. Number 6. Michael Vines. In the wake of a car accident that took place in Greenville, South Carolina, the driver was caught in unlawful possession of a firearm. In June of 2018, Greenville police released a statement saying that 24-year-old Michael Vines crashed his Toyota Camry into a power pole. Responding firefighters noticed Vines tossing a weapon into the grass.
I got $10 says that Camry was drug off that pole and drove away. Those things are almost unkillable, man.
Nearby, police officers later recovered the gun, which was a loaded Smith & Wesson .38 caliber revolver. Vines, who appeared with a handgun tattoo across his forehead in his mugshot, had been federally prohibited.
Yeah, federally prohibited type peoples. Yeah. These are, I mean, not everybody with a face tattoo has been in nefarious circumstances, but I find it hard to believe that people who haven't been in nefarious circumstances decide to get a face tattoo. And it kind of seems like a tattoo artist willing to do that as a face tattoo probably isn't a very non-nefarious person themselves. Probably no licensing, no certification, none of that that whole learning type stuff that most people do, them training things.
Prohibited from having a gun. He was consequently charged with unlawful carrying of a firearm as well as speeding and driving under a suspended license. It is unclear if having a handgun tattooed on your forehead counts as owning a firearm. Number 5. Baisley Morgan. A Las Vegas judge ordered that a Nevada man's racist tattoos be covered up throughout his robbery trial. In May of 2013, 21-year-old Baisley Morgan allegedly...
All right, so sedimentary rock that is degrading out into basically a new form of sandstone. All right, so a bajillion years ago when that sedimentary rock was originally laid down, it was laid down with gold in it. Because it was ground off of a mountain 10,000 million years ago or something. So occasionally it's worth a shot, dude. I mean, the worst that happens, you get your feet a little muddy and you get to spend an afternoon on a creek. Take you a fishing pole. It'll be a fine time. A couple of beers. You can't go wrong.
He took a...
Might want to go get some of them their licenses, because I hear tell them game wards could be a bit persnickety about folks taking them catches without none of them licenses.
Man's motorcycle at gunpoint. Days after the robbery, he murdered 75-year-old Gene Main during the course of a burglary on Green Pasture Avenue. On May the 30th, he was arrested and booked into the Clark County Detention Center on charges of murder, robbery, burglary, and kidnapping.
My man got a signature on his eyebrows. Did y'all notice that?
Jurors said in June of 2016 that they couldn't be impartial after seeing Morgan's tattoos. His tattoos, which included a swastika inside a clover under his eye and the word baby Nazi.
You know what? This man could have been an Instagram model, but instead he went all Aryan supremacist type. I blame the prison system. Bad parenting or something. I don't know.
Across his neck, with us ordered to be concealed in an effort to get him a fair trial. Despite appearing in front of a new jury with a tattoo-free face, Morgan was convicted of robbery in August of the same year. 3 months later, he was handed a 3 to 9 year sentence. Later, in 2018, he pleaded guilty to the shooting death of Maine and was ordered to serve at least 44 years behind bars. Number 4. Charles Edward White Jr. On February the 3rd of 2016, Charles Edward White Jr. from La Follette, Tennessee, critically stabbed another man. Following an altercation, the Number 3. Stetson Johnson. Oklahoma teen Stetson Johnson, who was accused of forcing himself upon 2 women, was beaten up and left unconscious with a tattoo that spelled rapist across his forehead on April the 14th of 20.
All right. So that's the kind of guys we have around here, except we don't have no artist like that. These boys just use a straight razor and then leave you out in the swamp next to an alligator with like some pork chops. I'm just saying. The first visit should be enough to get you set on the right track.
2011, the 18-year-old from Oklahoma City biked over to Midwest City to meet up with 25-year-old Kimberly Sue Vergara, whom he'd met through a friend and communicated with online. Johnson and Vergara seemingly clicked, and he spent the next few nights.
Hell to the yeah, you find us of camel hair, ain't now mammal anywhere that can compare to you, boo-boo. Ooh, she cute. Look at that. I guess I like the look of desperation.
At her home. A couple of days later, Vergara left the house to see a tattoo artist by the name
Dollar
of
says she
Richard
got
Lynn
daddy
Dellert,
issues.
leaving Johnson and her 33-year-old friend Lorena Amanda Hodges behind at her home. Not long after she left, Vergara received a call from Hodges, who claimed that Johnson had tried to assault her.
Have y'all seen those retarded pimp squatch videos I've been doing? I'll tell you what, Pimp Squatch don't care what kind of face she got, long as she got my money on time, let me tell you.
Vergara then claimed that he had assaulted her as well. Why Vergara had allowed Johnson to stay after this alleged assault is unclear. Vergara then returned to Midwest City with Dellert, and along with Johnson and 21-year-old Zachary Provence, the 4 planned to punish Johnson. At around midnight on April the 17th, the group restrained Johnson with duct tape, and Dellert tattooed the words rapist and I like little boys on his forehead and chest, respectively. After inking him, Johnson was thrown to the ground and kicked in the face several times by Dellert and Provence, while the 2 women took turns using a stun gun on his genitals. The group then put Johnson in a...
They call that a mountain oyster. What's up, Snarky? How you doing? You want to come play with me?
car and transported him to Eagle Lake in Del City, where they beat him senseless with a baseball bat. The group then left, and Johnson eventually woke up and walked to a nearby mobile home park, where a resident called the police. Johnson, whose mother claimed had the mental capacity of a 6th grader, was then taken to the hospital. He was placed in the intensive care unit for treatment of a fractured skull, a broken nose, and other wounds. Vergara, Hodges...
So this is one where I can understand, sort of, because somebody else beat the shit out of him and put the tattoo on him. So that face tat sort of makes some kind of sense. It wasn't like he woke up one morning on a fresh night's sleep and decided to go get a face tattoo. That's not what happened. You know, he woke up one morning on a fresh night's sleep and they decided to beat the living shit out of him and put him on a, give him a face tattoo. Anyway, you know how that works.
Dellert and Provence were later arrested and held without bail. During a hearing in Oklahoma County District Court in June, all 4 pleaded guilty to kidnapping and maiming Johnson. Additionally, Vergara, Hodges, and Provence pleaded guilty to assault and battery with a dangerous weapon. Dellert entered a no-contest plea to the assault and battery charges, but admitted to tattooing Johnson. Dellert and Provence were each sentenced to 10 years in prison, followed by 10 years of probation. Vergara and Hodges were each sentenced to 5 years behind bars.
Tell me you're white trash without actually saying you're white trash. What's up, Grim? You can come play with me if you want to. Why? I wonder what that scans for. If you actually scan it, boy, I'd have to whip his ass and take him to a Walmart and see what he's got tattooed on his forehead. I bet it comes up for a douchebag. Bleep, bleep.
Followed by 5 years of probation. Number 2, Justin M. DeCapia. At around 12:15 p.m. on September the 9th of 2020, a 911 dispatcher received a call about a man running in Auburn, New York, wearing an orange jumpsuit issued to inmates.
Hold on, bro. Black Watch, you are way more hardcore than I thought you were. You are an absolute boss tier badass. My man puts iron-on patches on his skin. That's metal. That is absolute metal.
At the Cayuga County Jail. The jail in question was immediately put on lockdown, and after a head count, all inmates were accounted for. Auburn police later located the man, Justin M. DiCaprio, wearing...
All I'm saying is, if I ever piss you off real good and solid, you just let me know, brother. I will apologize promptly, because I want no smoke with your hardcore ass. Hell no. That's hot. Oh my God.
In the orange jumpsuit on Grant Avenue. Officers confirmed that the clothing was conspicuously marked and unmistakable as jail-issued clothing. According to a sheriff's office press release, the 29-year-old was arrested and charged with possession of stolen property. He was transported to the Cayuga County Public Safety Building, where he was processed and released on an appearance ticket. DiCaprio couldn't explain why he was in possession of the uniform. The records indicated that he'd previously been an inmate at the jail. We will line up our previous release on 11 bystanders who stopped criminals for you after number 1. If you'd like to, you can stay tuned and enjoy that one as well still.
Cool.
Number 1, Dominic Santana. 61-year-old anti-Trump protester Dominic Santana was arrested after...
All right. This is going to be a good one.
Running in front of the former president's motorcade on the afternoon of June the 13th of 2023. As Trump departed federal court, his motorcade was traveling down a street in Miami, Florida, where supporters and protesters were lined up on both sides. Santana, who was wearing a pinstripe prison uniform, rushed to the former president's vehicle and showed a sign that...
You got to give him credit for dressing for the part. He knew he was going to jail. I wonder if he brought him a little fake hammer to beat the rocks with, and like a little plastic ball and chain.
Read, "Lock him up." Agents immediately grabbed Santana and pushed him back on the sidewalk, where he was arrested on misdemeanor charges. According to the Daily Mail, Santana claimed that he only ran into the road to escape from Trump supporters who were physically assaulting him. Number 11, Quick Thinking Bill. An armed man on the run was captured by Ohio authorities with the help of a quick-thinking bystander on April the 3rd of 2018. Although the Columbus Police Department released very few details to contextualize the situation, surveillance footage released in the aftermath showed the suspect running down the sidewalk on foot. A man with a cane, identified only as Bill, saw the armed man approaching him outside the library in West Columbus. Bill, who'd been visiting the library with his granddaughter, stuck his leg into the suspect's path, tripping him. When the man hit the ground, his gun slid out into the street, allowing law enforcement to recover the weapon before taking him into custody. Speaking on the incident, one Columbus officer noted it looked like training kicked in when Bill boldly sprung into action.
Cool.
Number 10, Tim Ratcliffe. In August of 2022, surveillance footage captured a would-be robber accosting an elderly man in the outdoor seating area of a Hollywood restaurant. The suspect walked right up to the victim and sucker punched him in the face before stealing his wallet and cell phone. The owner of the restaurant, later identified as Tim Ratcliffe, watched the horrifying robbery unfold and immediately sprung into action. He chased after the thief and tackled him to the ground, where he remained until the arrival of Los Angeles police about 9 minutes later. The impact of Ratcliffe's tackle had shaken the stolen wallet free from the robber's grasp, allowing the restaurateur's girlfriend to return it to the elderly victim. While speaking with a local news outlet, in the wake of the incident, Ratcliffe said, in regards to being a good Samaritan,
"Bro, you just let the cartel in. Hope you're ready for what's going to happen. You know, first you let the cartel in, and then it's hookers and cocaine all the time everywhere. You're going to love it."
I'd happily do it again. Number 9. London mobile phone theft. Dramatic cell phone video of a mobile phone thief being tackled to the ground by a courageous bystander surfaced online in September of 2022. According to subsequent
I seen one of these one day in freaking downtown Augusta. I'd gone down there to deliver some windows to this like renovating. They were renovating some like warehouses downtown or some crap, and so I had to park in like this little crappy ass alley behind the place. Anyway, I get there and I'm unloading all these windows, and I'm not really allowed to do the unloading because once they're signed for, they're no longer covered by our insurance. So once you sign the paper, I can't touch them. You got to deal with that shit yourself. Anyway, so I'm standing there on the corner waiting for these guys to unload the windows when this dude comes walking along. He's got this brand new cell phone in his hand, and some other dude comes walking right by him and just plucks it right out of his fingers. Bolts down the sidewalk, gets about 3 steps, and this little Mexican dude racked him right across his face with a 2x4. Never saw it coming. It completely flipped him over. That cell phone hit the ground and skipped to a stop. Cops were called. There was an ambulance. Reports were filed. Little homie with the board disappeared like smoke in the wind. Nobody found Pedro again. We have no idea. As far as I know, he's still running. I don't know.
Reports. The incident occurred on the afternoon of the 29th when an unidentified burglar donning black clothing and a surgical mask snatched a woman's phone away from her before fleeing on foot down St. Thomas Street near Borough Market in London. At one point during the viral recording, an onlooker stepped off the sidewalk and brought the suspect down with what was described as a rugby tackle. A middle-aged woman subsequently placed the robber in a chokehold to prevent him from escaping by the
You know the issue I have with folks going hunting in brand new gear? The woods have a certain smell that's all their own. The local area, it's unique. And so does Cabela's. And I am positive I say that deer have associated gun oil and Cabela's with don't go over there. I learned when I was very young, you don't hunt in new gear. You don't actually hunt. You can go scout, you can go look around, you can go do whatever the hell else. You can go fishing. That's fine. You can fish in new gear. But if you're going hunting in new gear, just know you are leaving a very strong scent trail of new gear and probably fresh gun oil. So anytime you're doing this type of crap and you're going to go out and go actually hunting, yeah, take a little time. Take you a week beforehand and stuff your shit into a duffel bag full of baking soda and just leave it there. Shake it up every now and then. Let it breathe, like floof it. And hopefully in a week, maybe 2, almost all of that new cloth scent will be gone. You'll be able to wear it around not too bad. Mary Contrary, yeah. I used to date a chick I called Mary Contrary. Her name was Monica. And she tried to stab me several times. She succeeded once.
Time Metropolitan Police officers came on the scene.
My mother stabbed me once.
Each of the individuals involved had dispersed, and the stolen phone had already been returned to its owner. Number 8. Deshaun Presley.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I put Monica's, redheads, and strippers all in the same category. This is personal experience, yo. I might be wrong, but anecdotally, it does check out. Just like any chick you meet named Destiny, this chick's named Starlene. Don't do it. Not even once.
On December the 5th of 2021, 87-year-old Pat Goins was shopping at a Kroger grocery store in Lemon Township, Ohio, when her purse was suddenly snatched from her cart by a man who subsequently fled the scene.
So I had a dream the other night, right? And in the dream, this is really dumb. I was watching Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? And it occurred to me that let's see, what were the guys' names? You had oh, hold on. Hey, Wife Squad. Anyway, so you've got the tall dude that gets strung up by the devil, right? And then you got the smart guy who's always running cons. And then you got the little weird dude who just doesn't seem to know what the hell's going on. He's an absolute Sigma Chad, dude. That guy is a complete balls deep boss dude. In the scene where they're talking about what they're going to do with their money, and I actually know it's the conversation about women that he has, saying that they are sinful, godforsaken, tyrannous, backstabbing, betraying creatures, and you should. You got any women in your life? Well, I got to get the family farm back first. Yes, real man. What's up, Izzy? Country Boy Archaeology. I'm pretty sure you're down near South Georgia. I'm not sure exactly where, but I'm no more than a couple hours away from you, dude. I sat down and kind of did a little bit of cross hatching on some of that. What? Oh yeah, Delmer, Pete, and Everett. So Delmer's the one. Delmer's the one who's an absolute Sigma Chad. Why would you? Why are carving? 2 inches, amateur hour. Yeah, imagine so. Yeah. I used to deliver all over South Georgia down there back during like the 2000s to, I don't know, 99 to about 2006 or so. There was a whole, oh yeah, bud. I was actually scrolling through my, balls. I was scrolling through my, emails trying to find yours, and I don't know, I lost it at some point. Previous guest preferred, of course. Boy, we just stacked up a whole bunch of folks coming in. Greetings and salutations. Welcome to the show. I have no idea what in the hell we're doing over here, but I'm gonna.
On foot, Goins cried out for help, alerting another nearby shopper, Deshaun Presley, to the situation. The latter chased the robber out to the parking lot and proceeded to make a citizen's arrest before he could reach his car. At the behest of Presley and other bystanders, suspect, identified as 58-year-old Derek Vaughan.
Did you see my candy skull chick while ago?
Hello.
Hi.
And how are you?
Uh-oh, I got the wrong backdrops up. Oh, shoot. Oh, screw it. I'll kind of tell you. I'm doing a show with Captain Curmudgeon tomorrow. I haven't scheduled it. I was going to try to do it on his channel, but I kind of want the full okay from him before I do it. I don't think he remembers that he gave me control of his channel. God. I just realized yesterday that I could straight go into his channel, do whatever the hell I want. Well, I mean, you know, that sounds bad, but at the same time, how you doing, Graham?
I'm all right, mate. How are you?
Pretty spiffy. I'm doing a show called the Blast Radius, preparing for World War III. You know, checking out this dystopian future we're in.
Oh, right. Okay. So you believe that we are actually heading that way then?
He's going to bring some current event stories. I'm going to bring some absolute stupidity.
Oh, nothing changes then.
Not much. I'm going to try to find somebody who doesn't know anything about sports to be a sportscaster.
Well, you mean American sports?
I'm not even all that picky on that part. I just want somebody to say something sporty so we can go durner.
Well, that's not me. I'm not a sports.
Tell you what, we'll
know nothing about sport.
We'll have somebody research into the least watched sports on earth, whatever that might be, like medieval curling or underwater Eskimo basket weaving or whatever it is.
All right. Yeah. Okay. I've literally just opened my eyes, so my apologies to you and to people in the chat. I've been trying to catch you all week, and luckily, with it being Saturday, I've been able to catch hold of you, and I wanted to come and wind you up. Hello, Black Watch, C for T. I've been hanging out with Nightmares and Indiana Auditor this week. They seem like a nice bunch of guys, to say the least.
Who's that?
Nightmares and Indiana Audio. Yeah. You seem all right.
Okay.
Could have a laugh.
Drop a link in the private chat. I'll check them out.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I'll have to dig them out or dig them up.
Cat, Lucy's back. You missed the link, didn't you, Sweetness? That's right. You can't come in under Lucy anyway, because I want to see what your channel currently listed as, because
you got to be really careful at the moment. There's a lot of nasties out there doing their best.
I've met.
You're neutral, but for some reason, you're guilty by association.
Oh, obviously, first of all, as a retired troll, whatever heinous bullshit you want to put at the feet of most trolls, you can assume that I'm guilty of that shit on some level. So I kind of accept the blame as just ex parte, so to speak.
Yeah. I might
sort of a no-low contender kind of thing. I'm not going to say I didn't do it.
I might send you an email to get hold of you, so that we can have a little bit of fun with some of these wonderful.
Hey, you want to see something stupid? Check this out.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at it already, but carry on.
Yeah. No, this is even stupider. I went and found one of these.
Tactical nuke incoming!
Figure I'll use that for hot takes. When somebody say something absolutely amazing, it's like, oh really?
Tactical nuke incoming!
I gotta shorten it up a little bit and kind of clean it up, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll nick that off you. What is it you're showing anyway?
Right now I've got really wacky, crazy mug shots, like what is goofy mug shots. It's different people's mug shots and not their best day.
All right. Oh, I'm all for that, mate.
All right, check this out. This dude here tried to steal a cell phone that ended up turning over a new leaf.
Apologized to Goins upon returning her purse. Butler County Sheriff's deputy soon arrived to take him into custody on robbery and theft charges. Following this serendipitous encounter, Goins and Presley became friends, reportedly making plans to meet for a celebratory dinner date. The brave bystander was also given the Sheriff's Citizens Award for his valiant actions. Number 7. Guam armed robbery. Shortly after 10 p.m. on March the 20th of 2016, the Guam Police Department received reports of an armed robbery at the Papa Nyok store in Maritza.
I was in a convenience store one day and it got robbed. And I missed it. I completely missed it. No, I know that sounds kind of silly, but the way it happened is I went in.
Robbery.
It gets really, really hot in Georgia, and we have a lot of walk-in beer coolers that are really, really cold. And so I walked in and grabbed a Dr. Pepper out of the cooler, walked over into the beer cooler, and stood there and drank some Dr. Pepper. And she cooled off a little bit, got me a 6-pack of Smirnoff Ices or something. Went up, laid them on the counter, and she's like, "We're closed. This is a 24/7 place, chick. I don't believe y'all do close. When we get robbed, we do. You didn't see the dude rob us?"
No.
No. I was in the
No.
field. He's like,
Didn't
good.
realize, sorry.
My bad. I didn't even know, man. I was in there trying to decide between lemon, lime, and orange.
Officers responded to the scene where they came upon a pair of young men being subdued by a group of civilians. It subsequently emerged that 24-year-old Kiala Muna and Keanu Muna, aged 19, had ambushed the owner of the store shortly after he'd locked up for the night. The two assailants, armed with baseball bats, demanded he hand over the store's cash bag before assaulting him in his car. A group of bystanders witnessed the attack and chased after the robbers, who were eventually caught and held down until the arrival of law enforcement. Following their citizen-assisted arrest, the Munas faced charges of robbery, aggravated assault, possession and use of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony, and conspiracy. Number 6. Penticton Smash and Grab. At about 2 p.m. on January the 29th of 2016, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in Penticton were called to Paris Jewelers in the Cherry Lane shopping centre after receiving a report of a glass display case.
I've been thinking about going looking for my mug shots, but like, I don't know, man. That was back before some of my work was done, so maybe not. Maybe I'll go find somebody who looks like me now and say it's my mugshot.
I don't know.
Hard pass. Don't think so.
Being shattered by a would-be thief. Officers subsequently learned that the robbery attempt had been carried out by 26-year-old Devin Eric Brazeau, who was swiftly tackled to the ground by an attentive bystander after smashing the display case with a dumbbell. A second suspect managed to escape, but investigators found a stolen Ford pickup truck believed to have been used.
I'm not sure these people who actually have really good-looking mugshots are real people. I think they might be created through some fluke of the algorithm and not actually out there in the world. Because you're not supposed to have it. It's like your driver's license photo. People who have beautiful driver's license photos don't actually exist either. They're just NPCs.
Oh, you want to see mine? It was my driving license was taken many years ago, and they wanted to, when I moved, I had to update, but they still used the original photo, so I actually look young.
No way, this is
no
you.
Beard.
Nip out of the car. We're gonna pat you down. Why did you steal this dude's ID? He's got to be 30 years younger than you.
Well, could you imagine this when I go over next year? Knowing my luck, I'm going to get pulled over by the coppers for whatever reason, probably a minor driving offence because I don't know all the laws. And they asked for my ID, and I showed them a British driving license.
Out, bro.
That will screw them up.
Most Americans don't know what our laws are either. You'll be fine.
Oh, that's all right. I'm quite happy with that.
You'll get along just fine, dude. Just remember, no more than 5 or 6 over in certain states. and other states, it doesn't matter. Like, you get out to Texas, there's technically a speed limit, but there's nobody there to check you. So, like, 120, fine.
Well, I'm hoping that's the same in Massachusetts, but hey, you never
Absolutely
know.
not. Have you ever seen a Massachusetts state trooper's uniform?
No.
Oh, my monkeys. Hold on. You're going to love this. Hold up. Spell Massachusetts.
You've even got it there ready, haven't you? You knew I was going to be asking a silly question. Massachusetts, please.
Close. That's a D. That's nowhere near. Let's do now. These are the guys you're going to be wanting to worry about.
State police. They look like Mounties.
Yeah, dude. They're somewhere. Their uniforms, they're full-on dress uniforms, are somewhere between like Gestapo and the French Foreign Legion. Just stay the fuck out of Rhode Island. You'll be all right. Because look at these guys.
Oh,
Look at these guys. Hold up. These guys' uniforms are nuts.
I'm going to Rhode Island, thanks.
See that? Look at them.
They look like stormtroopers.
As I understand it, the reason these people look so Nazi-esque is the guy who designed the uniforms for the Nazis also designed a bunch of police uniforms for the U.S. before the war. And
Yeah.
Rhode Island and a handful of other East Coast cities picked up the uniforms, and you got to admit, they're stunning. I mean, these boys and girls look good, but damn, it's frightening. They're like stormtroopers.
Yeah. I got a feeling that I need to stay away from law enforcement.
Alabama cryptid, Mr. and Mrs. Knack. Knack. I don't know. Is that the links? Yeah, okay.
Hello, everybody in the chat. People who've come in since I turned up. Yeah, should we go back to what you were doing?
Actually, I want to show you. I have
talking
a
about
man
Star
crush
Trek
on this individual
our show
right here.
Engage
The one
tomorrow.
on the bottom left.
And then Monday's Game of Thrones. So
Yeah,
pretty simple.
Yeah.
look at that
Straightforward to go.
specimen.
Yeah, Game of Thrones. I will be with Ryan. Game of Thrones on Monday.
Yeah. So,
I'm gonna have his babies. I've been fucking with
You
him
just like people with beards.
months, dude. The first time I met him, I looked at him and said, "Damn, you're like your beard, dude. You're a real specimen of a man." He's still not sure if I'm serious.
By the robbers, idling near the mall's entrance. Brazeau was restrained by the bystander until the police arrived, at which point he was taken into custody. He pleaded guilty to theft, over $5,000, and 2 breaches of probation in connection to the bungled smash and grab, which was reportedly intended to help pay for his dog's vet bill. Brazeau was consequently jailed for 10 months, followed by 18 months of probation. Number 5. Good Samaritan in Greenwich. The police in Greenwich, Connecticut, received reports of an attempted robbery on Lower Greenwich Avenue at about 4:30 p.m. on July the 18th of 2022. The resulting police report detailed a woman and her brother had just purchased some electronic items from the Apple store when they were followed out by a pair of suspects who tried to forcibly steal the merchandise. A bystander came on the scene and assisted the victims in fending off the would-be muggers, who subsequently fled in a silver sedan. The woman's face was injured in the attack and her brother reportedly sustained 2 broken fingers, but fortunately their purchases were returned to them, in large part due to the quick-thinking actions of the unidentified Good Samaritan. Number 4. Shepherd's Bush Jewelry Store Raid. An armed...
Have you ever heard the story of Kai, the hatchet killer?
No.
All right, check this shit out. I don't remember exactly what year it was. It was like 2010, 2016, somewhere in that ballpark. There was a guy who reportedly saved some chick from being attacked by a serial killer. But it turns out that's not actually what happened at all. Apparently, homie had killed a few people with that hatchet and had hitchhiked his way into the car only to basically attack the dude while he was driving. And then because the dude driving was dead, he just told a story about how the dude said he was going to plow people down, so he whacked him with a hatchet. And he got away with it for like a long time.
And then eventually got caught.
Well, he was insane. Of course he got caught. Insane people aren't rational.
So what happened with you? Are you joking? I put them 2 links in the back chat.
Yeah.
And the third link is regarding friends of Daniel. I'm trying to push that particular channel because of what happened to the young lad last year. He was only 10. He's currently serving house arrest for free speech, and he got done over by the copper who decided to put his mugshot all over Facebook, etc. You don't have to show it, but I'd like you to watch it and then put your opinion on it sometime.
I'm gonna turn this back on while I try to do it.
Yep.
Gang dressed in all black and wearing motorcycle helmets stormed into Sultan Jewelers in Shepherd's Bush, West London on October the 25th of 2019. It was reported that the robbers had driven a Range Rover through the shop's window before using sledgehammers and brass knuckles to threaten employees. They smashed open display cases and attempted to make off with the merchandise inside, but were thwarted by a group of noble bystanders who'd witnessed the incident and confronted them. The heroic shoppers pinned one of the suspects to the ground until officers arrived and arrested him on charges of robbery, dangerous driving, possession of an offensive weapon, criminal damage, and receiving stolen goods. The man, identified as 34-year-old Ben Wagoner, pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 10 years behind bars. As of the latest developments, his 2 accomplices remained at large. Number 3. Aggressive Frontier Airlines passenger. An unruly passenger on board a Frontier Airlines flight from Philadelphia to Miami on July the 31st of 2021 needed to be forcibly restrained by his fellow flyers. 22-year-old Matthew Berry was said to have been acting belligerently throughout the flight, yelling profanities from his window seat while making inappropriate passes at the flight attendants. At one point, Berry spilled his drink all over his shirt, prompting him to go to the bathroom to clean up. According to the resulting arrest report, the man emerged shirtless, then milled about the cabin for about 15 minutes before groping a pair of female flight attendants. A male attendant was subsequently asked to keep an eye on Berry, who proceeded to punch him without warning. Other passengers then stepped in to bring an end to the in-flight
Homie got
chaos.
taped up.
They held Berry back against
Must have been a Southwest Airlines flight.
He really does look like a lunatic, doesn't he? Okay,
I got a buddy of mine.
He's a nice guy.
Yeah, I'm sure he's a great dude. I got a buddy of mine who's a perfectly rational feller until he drinks, and then he becomes this persona we refer to as the Wolf Man. And you'll see him breeze through chat every now and then. He's the one that I'm always hitting on. Oh, Wolfie. Is his handle, and it drives him crazy. He hates that. But when homie gets drunk, he's one of those people who will drink and barf and drink some more and barf again and then drink more. I do not understand these people. Once I blow chunk, I am done. It's a 4th in me. Finished.
I think I'd probably be the same. Well, not that I've ever done that, but
I can't do that thing, you know. You're fine. like Thad may say, you are going to a place I cannot follow.
Yeah. It's time to quit once you get to that bit.
But look, dude, even in my drunkest state I've ever been in, I have never, ever needed to be restrained. I have been restrained, but I didn't need to be restrained. I was thrown out of a couple of bars like a frisbee. Like,
are you trying to say that you cause trouble in bars?
No, see, here's the thing. In America, we have this thing called free speech, and I can say whatever the fuck I want, right?
Yeah, I can just imagine you as well.
I can also catch about a 25-foot curve if you chunk me hard enough. So you've been worked over by 3 guys named Chico in a Walmart parking lot. You haven't lived.
What's going on in the chat? Talking about solar flares and UFOs.
Right?
Strange, but true.
It says you have no connection if Squatch is frozen. Everything else seems to be working, bro. That's on your end.
Yeah, I was going to say things seem to be working here.
It seems functional. I mean, it appears to be working. my backup thing over here is still functional too, so it should be fine.
His seat as they wrapped him in duct tape to prevent him from getting up again. He was recorded on cell phone video shouting,
That's not duct
"Help!" as he was being restrained, but he eventually calmed down as the plane prepared to land. In the incident's aftermath, Berry was arrested and charged with 3 counts of assault, to which he pleaded guilty. In May of 2022, he was sentenced to 60 days.
Hey, dude, if my face froze in a really funny way, I want you to screenshot it and send it to me.
Jail, followed by 1 year of supervised release. Number 2, Michael Waldorf.
We've got
On the
Michael
evening
Waldorf
of
over
May
here.
the 28th
Hey,
of
boo-boo.
2021,
Let's grab this man's
a
picnic
San
basket.
Francisco police officer responded to a report of a person making threats. Upon her arrival, the policewoman ordered the suspect to turn around and place his hands behind his head. Although the unidentified man initially complied, he
Let's
grabbed
try this on for size. Hey, criminal, put your hands up. Freeze! I need to go steal Ranger Smith's picnic basket. See, I'm just stuck on the picnic basket. I can't get it out of my head.
You think you're Yogi now, don't you? That's what it is.
I was just thinking, what about Alex Jones quotes as Yogi Bear? Hold on. I have a good party that Hillary Clinton's vagina smells just like brimstone.
Stop it.
All right, I'll stop.
It's infectious to laugh.
at the officer as she approached and wrestled her to the ground, as was later detailed by a bystander named Michael Waldorf. The suspect had the officer in a death grip and was squeezing her head and pulling her hair. Waldorf,
Hey, boo-boo, they're turning all the frogs gay.
along with several other witnesses, rushed over to render aid to the incapacitated officer. The man was struck over the head and pulled off of the policewoman, whose colleagues were quickly dispatched to the scene to place her assailant in handcuffs. She was subsequently taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Number 1. Greenwood Park Mall shooting. Just before 6 p.m. on July the 17th of 2022, 20-year-old Jonathan Sapperman entered the food court at Greenwood Park Mall in Greenwood, Indiana, and opened fire with a 6-hour M400 semi-automatic rifle. The onslaught lasted for about 15 seconds, resulting in 5 casualties, 3 of whom ultimately succumbed to their injuries. Sapperman was eventually stopped by a legally armed civilian bystander named Elisha Dickon, who'd been shopping with his girlfriend when the shooting broke out. 22-year-old Dickon struck the gunman with 8 rounds from his Glock handgun, killing him. Although the proactive citizen was widely commended in the incident's aftermath, few other details have emerged about him, as he refused to comment on the situation in order to respect the ongoing criminal investigation and take time to honor the 3 innocent lives lost. Thanks for watching. Would you rather have your ex's face tattooed on your forehead or have your whole face inked to look like a skull? Let it.
I wouldn't mind some Tomoko. I mean, I would wear it with pride though. Like I would really try to rep that shit.
I'll tell you what, if I could afford it, I'd have my face tattooed as with a skull. But I'm not getting rid of the beard. I'm sorry.
Not even for the tattoo itself.
Possibly,
So much
yeah.
easier when you shave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me think about that one.
I got another one of these backgrounds I'm playing with. Let's see if I can find it. This one. Oh wait, no, hey, that covers everything. That's the first one I found that actually does that. That's cool. I didn't know that.
I'll make you a banner to put up one
of these.
So it covers everything. just for your own protection. You know what I mean?
See what I mean? All of these are like, they cover the center. They don't cover your screen when you come in.
Mm.
And it's like everything I've uploaded until I got to this picture for some strange reason. And of course, this shows a impact sites for the number of ones, right?
It looks as though you're working out the biggest radius of, dare I say it,
Tactical nuke incoming!
that needs a second track recording over it, because it starts off great. Then you got that, but I think if you're not going to cut it down, you need to do a voiceover on it.
I'm going to cut it down a little bit. That's just the well, I cut out the alarm. There's an alarm that's in that particular soundtrack bit. And I just cut it out and uploaded it because I wasn't really sure what I was going to use it for.
No,
Hello,
that makes sense.
Welcome in. Good to see you, bud. Do we know this guy? Did you share my stream? You don't love me no more? Oh.
I would share your screen if it was allowed, but it's not. So, apart from that, I don't, people think that I'm mad anyway. You know what I mean? I am, but that's the point. Murdered by a best friend.
Yeah, for $350. This is part of my Monsters series. Check this out. Monsters in real life do not look like criminals. Typically, the most heinous individuals on earth look like perfectly ordinary people. You'll often hear things like, he was the quiet one, or he was a quiet neighbor, or he always seemed like a good egg. That kind of crap. Yeah. Meanwhile, Jeffrey Dahmer and some guy with a drill in his forehead trying to make a sex zombie, these people are nuts. This chick murdered one of her best friends over $350. That is the price of a life for her.
That's ridiculous, isn't it?
So we got about a 30-minute interrogation here. I might skip through it a little bit, but some of it's dude. She knows she murdered this chick. She's not fooling nobody, dude. She's gonna sit right here and try to tell everybody she didn't do it. Didn't do nothing.
Okay.
All right. So I'm looking at this from the perspective of reading her body language to determine how guilty the chick really is, right? We already know she's guilty. She confesses. So I'm looking for tales on her part.
Fair enough. Let's see what goes on.
Get the benefit of hindsight, which is the part that I think actually makes it interesting.
Because I'm getting mad because you're telling me that I'm lying and you're just so worried about all this $350 and you don't know what you're talking about because that's not the only thing Celeste has done me. Celeste has done more than that with me before. It's been over more than $350. I'm not mad about the $350. It wasn't just me trying to kill her. I didn't just do it. No, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong.
On August 26, 2012, the Muskingum County Sheriff's Department responded to a 911 call. 29-year-old Celeste Franzman had been found
I know I'm just one of a ton of young son of a guns. Just want some of you, honey.
lying in the middle of the road. The majority of her body was covered in burns and bruises, so she was rushed to the hospital. 2 days later, she would pass away from her injuries. The man who called 911 told the police that when he found Celeste, she whispered to him the names of her attackers. Katrina Culberson, LaFonz Dixon, and Monica.
Right here's the problem. That woman's name is Celeste. That's one of those stripper names you can't trust.
Right. Okay. Not Katrina.
Right. No, Katrina's not the threat here. Although she might be. Katrina's are. I never got stabbed by Katrina, but I was threatened and loved up a little bit.
Why does that not surprise me?
Because I wouldn't shut the hell up, dude. It just wasn't happening.
Ladies and gentlemen of the chaps, this person here, Caucasian, not only believes in free speech, he practices it to the point where he could end up in serious trouble.
Mostly it's physical harm territory, but I'm also a really big guy. So, okay, let's see how many of you it's going to take to get me out of here.
Yeah.
I also have really good insurance. So, I just go to the hospital. It's not like most of the nightmare scenarios you hear about in the U.S.
Washington. LaFons was a well-known drug dealer in that area, and not only was he dating Katrina, but she also helped him run his drug business. Monica was friends with both Katrina and LaFons, and she did whatever they asked. The police were able to find and arrest all three suspects. The only person that would talk with the police was Katrina. She starts the interview by complimenting the detective.
Hello. You look better today.
I feel better today. I got a little sleep, huh? All right.
Oh, okay, never mind.
All right. Well, go ahead.
When I watched the news yesterday, I just wanted to know, like, it says I have charges filed on me, like, for murder, so, like, I am going to jail for this, right?
You're going to jail and trial for this, yes.
Okay,
The first time they interviewed Katrina, she told them that she didn't want to talk and she demanded a lawyer. While she was in jail, the police led her to believe that LaFons had negotiated a deal if he would testify against Katrina. When Katrina heard this, she immediately asked to speak with the detectives again.
We gave you that option, though, Katrina. I told you that he was throwing you under the bus. I did. You didn't believe me. Now look where you're at, and he's out. You know what he's doing? He's out with his baby mama, he said.
Bunch of hookers and some cocaine. That's what he's doing.
And the coppers and the coppers there, of course, are doing what they normally do to get some sort of confession. They know somebody's done it, so they just lie, and they're legally allowed to. Strange, but true.
You say it was Harry Nuts. Harry Nuts is a damn fine man, and I take personal offense to that. Besides, I love Harry Nuts. Let me say that again. I love Harry Nuts.
I know you do, allegedly.
Ah, he's a hell of a man, I'm telling you. You know, the first
I wasn't referring to the guy.
You know, the first live stream he did almost killed him. He'd been fiddling around with his phone trying to figure out how to make it go live, and he finally figured it out. And he happened to be standing next to this jetty at low tide, right? And this jetty is like a quarter mile long or something. He walks 1,000 yards out on that thing, right? He's way out there. He's like, well, I'm kind of at the end of the dry rocks. There's some green ones in front of me. There's maybe another couple of 100 feet I could go. And I'm over here in chat screaming, do not touch the green rocks, bro. You'll never touch the surface of that rock. Your ass will go in the ground faster than terminal velocity. He's like, they're poking his foot at it. I'm like, no, stop.
Dennis is going to be shaving tonight, but I just wonder whether he's referring to beard or hairy nuts.
Well, you know the problem with shaving your private area. It looks like a baby elephant.
On the side?
I'm just saying, like, I don't want to be the reason to tell nobody, but I will say this. I personally, hand on hand, didn't do it. Do I know? Yes, I know. But if I personally, hand on hand, do anything to that girl, no, I didn't.
Well, tell us,
And that's what I can say.
tell us the story.
I mean, I don't want to get in trouble though, but I mean, it's obvious I'm in trouble.
Sweetheart, you're already in trouble. I mean, I want to make sure you understand something here.
But I'm not the only one though.
I saw there was somebody at that car show because I caught a little bit of the live stream. I'd have been Shasta Valley Outdoorsman, or I know the car show you're talking about. I seen part of it. I tuned in just in time to catch a '69 wagon at like the Chevelle wagon. Oh my God, dude! I would trade that El Camino right now for a functional Chevelle wagon that would ride. Boy, yeah, nice 350 under the hood. I would accept like a relatively modern high output V6, something with a supercharger would be nice.
Sounds good to me.
Right. Because when I went looking for my El Camino, I wanted an El Camino, but I went looking for the wagon first. They're just much more rare. Much more rare.
And more costly probably, but...
well, I mean, it depends on the condition you're looking for. Like a rolling wreck, not so much. I don't know that the wagons came in an SS variety. So, you know, you don't have that problem so much. If they did, I'm unaware of it. The really cool thing about those things is they have the back drop tailgate with the window in it that you can roll down. This is back in the day when most of your air conditioning involved rolling down your windows and opening the vents. Under the hood is an actual scoop that sticks out in front of your radiator to catch cool, clean air to run through your cabin.
Now they got AC in all cars, and you wonder why people are driving around with all the windows up. Until they get pulled over by a cop.
I'm in Georgia, bro. I know exactly why they're riding around with all the windows up. What's got me baffled is why they're riding around with all the windows up in the summer with a mask on. That shit fucks with my head.
And when they're on their own as well. And there's nobody else in the vehicle. I've never understood that. Saw it all the time over here. I'm still do now.
I mean, I can kind of understand it from like a postal worker or something, you know, just not wanting to take it off 100 times or whatever. Fine. I don't have a problem with people wearing masks if they choose to. But that's just absurd.
I still see there's a few people still doing it because they're frightened of a second wave. And they're going around with masks again. Okay, fine, no problem. But now they've got to take it off before they go into a bank.
Okay,
whereas
if I wear a mask, I'm also wearing a costume.
Anyway, sorry, we digress. We always do.
That's the purpose. Yeah. Shit, you can't even see through it, can you?
No.
Nope.
No. You see a big, is it F1 that or something?
It's an F and an exclamation mark on a bright red unitard. Have you ever considered what Freakazoid would look like if he was a unemployed, depressed basement dweller, which is what he should be? You know, he'd be 45 this year.
I don't know the guy, so I can't really.
No, Freakazoid was 17 when the cartoon came out, so he'd be 45 this year. And I'm thinking, what would a 45-year-old Dexter look like, and what would a 45-year-old Freakazoid look like? And I'm thinking, bolts in my beard, baby.
No doubt your imagination will catch you, and you'll do some drawings or something.
Oh no, I've already got the costume. I've got a wig. I got some makeup. It's all like Donkey Kong, bro. Like,
you wearing makeup? There's a thought.
It's blue. And I've got this bit I want to do where I clip a bit in the full Freakazoid get up, where it's like some chick talking politics, and Freakazoid comes in, the retired, pot-bellied, halfway drunk, always stoned Freakazoid comes in going, vote blue no matter who. Why don't you vote for my Smurf colored dick? And the very next scene is what can I say?
Oh, Jesus.
I think it's a good run. Have you seen my Pimp Squatch things? I'm getting some hate from those.
Why would you get some
I'll
hate?
show it to you in a little bit.
Yeah. Maybe not.
I know, and we know that.
And I don't want to be on death row by my fucking self.
See, the problem was,
Like, if I help you guys, what's it gonna do? Like, is it?
you tell me what are you looking to get off?
I mean, I want like maybe like 10 years or something. I mean, 10, 12 years.
Honey, I don't back you bullshit. I can't call the prosecutor and say she wants 10 years.
No, I mean, I know, I'm just saying, I don't want to go to get a shock in my arm though. I mean, 10, 30 years, and I don't want that. What is the options? Can you tell me?
The options are for you to be open and honest with us. We tell the prosecutor that you are open and honest. You're willing to testify against whoever else is with you, and he will come back and tell me what he's willing to do for you for that cooperation. But the first thing we have to do is be open and honest, because I did not lie to you about anything that night. I didn't. I showed you that she talked to us before she died. I showed you the news article, you know that. I mean, I'm going to tell you, we've got Ralph's vehicle. I'm going to tell you that there's blood all over it. It didn't get cleaned up. You tried, but you watch TV and you know that, I mean, we've got her blood.
Okay, well then you should have everybody else's fingerprints too.
We do, but their fingerprints being in a car, when they both are throwing you under a bus.
I drove that car. Period. That's all I did.
Let's do this.
Period. Now I'm admitted to everybody, and I'm just to the point with it because it's obvious. It's what you guys aren't stupid. I drove, and that's it.
Katrina's first confession is that she was only the driver of the vehicle and nothing more. The detectives know that Katrina not only planned the whole thing, but she was also an active participant in the horror Celeste would endure that day. The detectives will now ask her to give her version of events.
That was when it got fonts and fonts beat Celeste up. Okay?
Okay.
Backseat. At this point, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do.
Who was that masked superhero? Sarge? No way, man. Rosemary, the telephone operator? Harry, mild-mannered janitor? Could be. That's Hong Kong.
It's okay. Moving on.
Hong Kong bully boys.
No more superstar.
Kept saying, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Bitch, shut up. That's all it kept saying. I didn't know what to do, and that's the truth. I didn't know what to do. What was I supposed to do? I mean, that was my best friend, but they said that she told the police on him about something. What was I supposed to do? I didn't want to get beat up, but I didn't want him to beat her up either. And I just want you guys to know that that really was my best friend.
Okay.
And I'm up about that, but I didn't know what to do. I was scared to talk to you guys the other day. He was there. What was I supposed to do?
I believe that you had a good relationship with her. So what happens after they're beating them up? Keep going and tell us.
And he made me drive the truck. And we're sitting down, you know, I'm in his car. And somebody pulled over, so I pulled over. And this is no lie. And I was like, it's over with you guys. It's over with you guys. Could stop. And I sat right in the front seat, and they drove her out of that truck, and that's the truth. And then
Joe Pat gets the participation trophy of the day. Quicker than the human eye. Yes, sir.
Nice. You know, you're talking about body language, and you wanted to look at it. She is too relaxed.
All right, so at this point, she knows she has been charged with murder, that she is looking at death row. She has confessed to participating in the murder, but has retracted the confession that she gave in the first interview. which is, I think, on the channel earlier, but I was more interested in this one because this one, like I said, she already knows what she's charged with. She knows what's going on. She was there. They can prove that she was physically there during the act of murder. And yet, like you're saying, she's really relaxed. I'm thinking that she's in one of those jails that have the easy psychologists that just pass out drugs like Pez dispensers.
Yep. But why hasn't she got a lawyer? Just out of curiosity.
So that's a damn good question.
Doesn't make sense to me.
If she doesn't ask for a lawyer, she doesn't get one.
I know that, but it just confused me. That was all. I'm thinking, you're looking at death row. You're looking at trying to make some sort of deal, and you haven't even got a solicitor.
The best deal she could possibly make is life in prison.
Yeah.
That's the only
10,
thing
12 years.
Is taking death off the table. That's it.
Yeah.
I think
she's stupid. You're right.
She is pretty, and I've noticed a certain lack of self-awareness in beautiful people.
That's it.
And then what happened?
And then they burned it on fire.
Did you see him do it?
I didn't see him do it, but I saw smoke. I mean, I was in the truck. I drove the truck.
Where did you get the gas can from?
From that truck.
Where did you guys stop and get gas? Because I know that truck was almost out of gas.
That truck, we stopped and got gas right at the gas station down there. Like I don't think that they were planning on like burning her on fire. I really don't think that. I think that they were planning on just beating her up for her telling the police, but when it got kind of bad, I was freaking.
Did you see him get a strap out of the vehicle and do anything with? Was she unconscious when she got out of the truck?
They didn't. They drugged her out of the truck. They drugged her out of that truck by themselves.
Well, she's trying real hard to flip. She's here to snitch. That's why she's so laid back. She's going to tell them absolutely everything. You see that, right?
Yes. Yeah. Carry on playing. She's digging her own hole there.
Yeah, she got the word wrong and went back 3 times to fix it so they would understand what she was trying to say. Because they didn't drug her, they dragged her from the truck.
Yes.
But she's excited, ready to tell them. All right.
Yeah.
So we found her with a strap around her neck. Did you see him put that on her?
I was franticing, and this is the truth. I'm sitting in the front seat of the truck, like, oh my God, and I'm screaming, and I'm screaming and hollering, and I'm yelling, and this ain't no lie. Fonz grabbing on me and telling me to shut the fuck up.
Katrina claims that she and LaFons believe that Celeste was a police informant, and she also owed them over $300. Katrina explains that she had no idea what LaFons and Monica had planned, and she was powerless to stop them. Katrina will tell many different versions of the story as the interrogation plays out, and she will become more and more belligerent as she tells each one.
So let me make sure I understand this. You're fine, honey. So you pick Buffy, you're driving, Ralph's vehicle.
I had Ralph's truck. I picked Buffy up. We're driving around, and then she was like, look, there's Celeste. And I was like, man. And then I was like, well, come on, Celeste, and then Celeste. And then I got into the truck with Celeste and got out of the truck.
All right. Something nefarious took place on every one of those exclamations because she didn't finish a single one of those sentences. I was in the truck. I got Buffy. All right, so we can put you in the truck with Buffy. And then I left the truck, and man, absolutely dodging.
At
and then
Walmart.
you go pick up Fonz.
Yeah.
Fonz gets in, starts kicking her down.
He gets in, listen, we smoked the blunt, gave us all some crack. Okay, me, Buffy, and Celeste, we smoked some crack. Now we're all fucking high. Celeste is paranoid. Buffy tried to grab Celeste, saying something about Celeste, her boyfriend, or something, Drew. I don't know, tried to pepper spray her. I had to pull the truck over the first time. I pulled over, like, where's Son Ken? I pulled over and I said, Buffy, you're not fucking gonna do this shit.
Do you mind if I back up a little bit?
Go ahead.
Okay, now that we've got you admitting that you knew what was going on, that you drove down there, but you had nothing in it, I'm gonna go ahead and call bullshit. Because I know that you used to go down to that road let me finish. How about Grandma?
No, I don't. I don't go down there. Buffy is from down there, if you ask her.
You know who else? Grandma Dolph. Am I saying that right? Grandma Dolph?
I'm not related to nobody named Dolph.
You used to go down there all the
Listen,
time.
I'm not related to nobody named Dolph, and I have no grandma.
Not by.
I have no grandma. Constantly, I'm telling you guys what is going on.
Hey, let me tell you. We put a lot.
She done broke out the clap talking. I done told you. My mom used to beat me that way. With a switch or spoon, whichever was closer.
Yeah, I call this bullshit as well. What
Yeah, no, she murdered that woman. She did. Because the other three people, well, okay, there were two people that were involved, two other people that were involved, and they tell the exact same story. This bitch went batshit on that bitch, soaked her with gasoline, set her on fire after beating the flying piss out of her. Like just a whole afternoon of fucking that bitch up. So
A lot of work in this.
You guys are bullshit.
You're bullshit. No,
No,
how about
listen to me in my face. You guys need to listen to me. Fonson and I swear to God, bring them all here right now. Bring them here. Do you think I personally did this to her?
I think you lit the match the other day.
No, you guys are wrong.
Now listen, here's the problem you got. You want help? Now I want you to listen. I don't want you to get excited. Stop. I want you to listen to me.
The detectives spend the next few minutes explaining to Katrina how they know she was involved. When Katrina realizes they know more than she originally thought, her story changes.
Now, I'm going to tell you this much. Fonz and Buffy put this all on you, and it's going to stay all on you unless you give me a truthful statement, because I can't I can't take this bullshit to our prosecutor and get charges on fraud. I want to know the honest to God truth.
Listen, yeah, I might have knew how to get down there, yeah, but Fonson really did beat her up. I didn't beat her up.
Okay.
Fonson's the one who
You were out of the car when she got caught on fire. You've got to say your part, or I can't go to the prosecutor.
Fonson's the one who wrapped the string around the neck, okay? Let me tell you the truth. Fonson's the one who wrapped the string around the neck, and he held it back there. He held her up against the back door of the truck, okay? This is no lie. Fons held her in the back seat of that truck, up against.
I don't believe her.
No, do I. I smell bullshit somewhere.
I smell so much bullshit. I'm wading through it. The thing is, the truth is a lion and needs no defense. Once you have stated the truth, there's not much more you can say about it. She's still talking. And I'm not lying to you is an almost certain red flag.
Yeah. Yep.
Just say it, folks. Don't be that. It's very much like saying I can't be racist because I have a black friend.
No. Right there. When they opened the door, I jumped out of the truck. I jumped out. They opened it up. She fell out. Fonz and Buffy. Fonz had her arms. Buffy had her feet. They drove her across the woods. This is all I did. I didn't light anything. I handed them the match. Listen, I handed them the gas can because I said, Fonz, what are you going to do? The Fonz, what are you going to do? He said, we're going to burn that fish. I said, for real? And this ain't no lie. You think
with a handful of gas, with a can full of gas and a handful of matches, and still weren't found out. Only she was busted.
I'm lying to you. This ain't no lie. This is we're move for move what happened. I said, for real, dog? I said, you gonna do that? He said, yeah, mom, you think I'm playing? You're out here now. Hurry up. And I handed him the gas can, and I ran back to the truck. Buffy back up. Buffy jumped out, grabbed stuff that was dropped from around the side of the truck, put it back in the truck. It was a spark plug box, something else that fell out when they drove her out of that truck. And I'm telling you, okay, the only thing I knew was where we was going, and I drove.
Okay, now, I think we're getting there, and you're about here. So we're starting to move it down a little bit. But you were out there when she got set on fire. You were standing right beside him. If you lit the match, it doesn't matter.
I've got no, but at this point, listen, I handed them the gas can, and I jumped back in the truck and backed up for them to get into it. That's the truth. I was not standing beside them. I handed Fims, and we were all three out of the truck when they drug her out.
Why?
Why what?
Why'd you guys do this to her?
Why? I don't know why.
Truthfully.
Listen, I don't know.
Was it because she was snitching?
I mean, that's what I've heard. Everybody said that. Listen, I have my own personal faults and beefs with Celeste. But if I was ever going to kill Celeste for real, I'd have been done did that. Celeste done way more to me than this.
Now that I believe, because I believe she been done did that.
Yeah.
That's why we're here tonight.
I may have to drop off because I've got problems with the hearing aids at the moment. So if I drop off, it's because I've lost sound. So just sort of let you know.
Fantastic.
It's nothing personal. Yeah, I know. It's fantastic because I'm dropping down. I know the insults.
Well, yeah. So what you're saying is you hate my soul and you don't love me anymore. Gotcha.
Yeah. If you believe that, that's fine. I'll let you carry on with that one.
I mean, I don't know how you're going to prove it, but I'm telling you, Celeste has done way more.
Well, I'll tell you, Casey, and I don't know which text Maylee's at, but I think we're getting to a point where we are truth's right here, and you're right about here, and we won't go over that hump. And I won't be able to call the prosecutor and tell him you've been open and honest with us, but this was planned, and it was, and we'll be able to prove it was planned. And you don't want to put your life on the line with a half-assed story.
I'm sure it said at the beginning of the show.
What you just told us.
Because you're an investigation of murder and you just think every fucking thing is just so. Listen.
I can only go off what people.
Well, listen, I'm telling you that this beef that me and Celeste had was the least important one.
Okay. What was
Celeste
the
has
big one?
sold thousands for me. Celeste has done crazy shit to me. Celeste has got me beat up before. Celeste has got me shot at before. No.
Accuracy
It wasn't
detected.
just me, God damn it.
You didn't tell me.
I did just tell you.
What are you getting mad at?
Because I'm getting mad because you're telling me that I'm lying.
What's up, Trinity Trails? Good to see you, bud.
$350 and you don't know what you're talking about because that's not the only thing Celeste has done to me. Celeste has done more than that with me before. It's been over more than $350. I'm not mad about the $350. It wasn't just me trying to kill her. I didn't just do it. No, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. That has nothing to do with any of it.
Well, let's hear it.
I thought, what do you mean? I just told you. You guys are wrong. I don't care what the fuck the world's telling you. You guys are wrong.
You remember that sweet girl that was there asking how the cop slept last night? Was checking it out when he first showed up.
Yeah, I mean, she's flipped, doesn't she? Totally, you know.
This is the chick that sprayed her girlfriend with gasoline and set her on fire. This one.
Yes. She owed the money.
Allegedly.
She didn't want to pay it, from what I can gather.
Somebody owed somebody something somewhere, but the real reason was because she was snitching.
I think she's some sort of sociopath.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong.
You're not listening to me, and it's pissing me off when I called you up here to try to help you guys. Now you're just telling me I'm full of shit and I'm lying and I'm this and I'm that and it's my plot, my plan, my thing, my that. No, it wasn't. You think if I was the one to orchestrate the whole goddamn thing, I'd call you up here to tell myself? No. I mean, come on, what the fuck? Who does you like that? I'm the one to just get every step along the way to all this. You think I would call you up here to tell you that?
I don't know.
Do you really?
I don't know.
I'm not the main person, y'all need to realize. If I was the main person, you think I would request you to come up here and just so I could tell you that? Huh? That's what you think? That's what you really think?
You do some crazy shit.
No, man. Who does shit like that?
And I tell you what, if she'd have run over you with that Honda Accord, it would still be running today. It wouldn't give a damn. Those things are almost unkillable.
Yep.
Yeah.
Who does?
If I was the one who did this, you think I would really call you up here to tell you I did it?
Well, I think
And no.
you're playing me a little bit.
No, I'm not playing you. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm really not. No, I'm not. I think y'all playing me a little bit.
How are we playing? He's
That's
been
what I
locked up and
think.
charged with her death.
But I'm just saying, you think I would really call you up here to tell you, if I was the one to orchestrate the whole thing, you think I would call you up here to tell you, oh yeah, I did it? No! I'm trying to tell you that I'm not the main person. Yeah, I might have had the car, knew where I was going,
Okay.
but goddamn, man!
Casey, look at me. Calm down. All right? Calm down.
What he means to say is, what we've got here is failure to communicate.
Yeah, I think the subtitles are there so that we can actually understand what she's shouting.
I mean, I've got it turned down a little bit. I know it's still coming in a little bit hot, but I mean, StreamYard's going to boost it. If I turn it down any lower, it'll still.
Yeah, I know.
Doing the best I can with what I got, but we got. I could mute it. We can try that.
No, don't mute it.
Doesn't seem to have the same panache. Kind of like
Now,
here
calm down. Okay? Like I told you before, we just want to make sure, because again, if I go to Mr. Haddock, that's our prosecutor, that's the one who's filed charges on you, that's the one who's going to prosecute you in our county, that's the one who's asking for these specs that you see. If I go to him and I tell him this story, and then we're not done, I mean, you know that. I've been up here in Canton, away from everything back home since Sunday. I even told Fonz, I will not quit until everybody is in custody and this entire case is done.
The detectives already have Katrina's confession. Even if she was only the driver, she can still be charged with murder. The problem they are facing now is finding out if Celeste's murder was planned out in advance. If it was, she could receive the death penalty.
When he started beating her up in that truck and she was all f***ed up the first time before we went down, I was going to say, I mean, what am I going to do? You know what I'm saying? What are we going to do?
You're going to do the same thing that you guys have always done, like when little D beat her up, when you would smack her around, when you were in that car with her, giving her some smacks, and she waved at the Stark County Sheriff's deputy, and then Megan got in between you guys, and then Megan got busted for having that John's car with unauthorized use, and you threw a couple pops up. Whether you threw them in the air or whether you threw them down, understand that I know you. I know you well. So this thing that you have a problem with a bitch getting beat down, we need to go past that. This thing was planned. You need to tell me who planned it. How did we get down there? That's what we need to go. We need to start.
All I said is where we could take her, but Barnes is the one who planned to like burn her and kill her.
Why?
Because she was telling the police on everybody.
Okay.
But what are we gonna do? She was all beat up.
But you're yelling. I'm sorry. If I yell.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But you beat her up before and you let her just go. There's where you're gonna have a problem.
Barnes is the one who can
Okay. Casey.
Right. This ain't my fucking idea to plot and kill the bitch.
Then tell me about when the plot started and whose idea it was. That's what we got to get to, because right now I know this is a lie. And I don't want to see you jeopardize whatever.
I'm trying to tell you, listen, the whole plot and thing, I was just like, man, I can't believe Celeste telling everybody. Fonz was like, well, we could just kill that bitch. And I was like, what? Yeah, right, we can't just kill her. What would we do with her? And he was like, well, I don't know, there's somewhere. And I was like, well, I just know this one place, it's a whole bunch of woods, you know what I'm saying? And then that was it, until it really happened.
But tell me, when was that? How long ago?
It was like 3 months ago. Yeah.
3 months ago?
It was a long time ago.
And you never talked about it?
We never
for 3
talked
months?
about, no, because it wasn't like it was like a plot sketched out thing. It was like, yeah, we would just do that if it ever happens. Like,
You know what's going to happen if you're not right about this, and we get followed.
like I talk about Celeste all the time, like, oh, I You can't stand that. I just want to kill that. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people can say they've heard that from me. I've said that for 3 years. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people are like, I'm going to kill that bitch. I hate that bitch. I've always said that. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't never mean it.
I mean, how did you start getting to the point where...
Like, me and Celeste were lovers, if you have to know.
Oh, I know that. I know that. I'll tell you the comment I made about you is you got a strong pimp hand.
No, I don't.
You know that, and I know that. You got strong.
Did I hear that right? I know one thing you got.
I'm pretty sure you did, bro. She got a strong pimp hand. Pimp spots prove of a strong pimp hand, especially when you got one on your bottom, bitch.
Do you know what? If the outcome of this isn't that she got the death penalty, I don't know what's fair in the justice system, because she's admitted to near enough everything so far. Just hasn't put the right twist on it.
Right. She's certainly she's admitted to participating in everything for sure.
Yeah. Now she's trying to say that it was planned. We talked about it 3 months ago, but
it's Batmom. We're famous now. The Batmom has showed up.
Oh, nice.
That's so cool. That's when you know you've made it.
Robin's son. That's all you need now.
I really didn't see that coming. That whole she got a strong. I've got to get a clip of that. That's gonna be great. I'm gonna put that in front of the tactical nuke line. Might go get that clip from Will Smith slapping the shit out of his pimp hand is strong. I want to hear it again.
They've heard that from me. I've said that for 3 years. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people are like, I'm going to kill that bitch. I hate that bitch. I've always said that. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't never mean it.
I mean, how did you start getting to the point where...
Like, me and Celeste were lovers, if you have to know.
Oh, I know that. I know that. I'll tell you the comment I made about you is you got a strong pimp hand.
No, I don't.
You know that, and I know that. You got a strong pimp hand. There's some girls that were scared of your ass out there. They go do the date, they come back, give you some of the money. You have them buy off the flavor of the month. Come on, girl, take credit where it's due. You got a strong pimp hand.
Oh, I know. No, but Celeste, I mean, it really wasn't like a plot thing. We might have said some like this.
Yeah, but when they got closer, you guys had to think about it more.
Oh, well, I mean, we really didn't think about it until it happened, I promise.
No, Jonica. What you do is you get Carolina Reaper toilet tissue, and that's what you give them. Right?
So
here's the thing, though. Like some of these Mexican prisoners, they'd be tearing that shit up, putting them on their burritos. They'd be like, okay.
I was just thinking it burns as it comes out and it burns as you wipe away.
I'm just saying, maybe for the peanut block or something. I don't know.
Honest to God, you know what I'm saying? And it was like once she was in the truck, and then like once everybody's in the truck, and we were just driving, you know what I'm saying? And they started beating her up, and then I was like, well, God, because we were in Canton like for a while, and then I was like, well, goddamn, now what?
Can I tell you?
I can't take her back, and then she's telling you guys, now you guys don't want to beat me up.
But weeks before that, you told somebody else about taking her down there. Also, I've got your cell phone. I got you and Fonz's cell phones. Now, I don't know, because everybody else we talk to has to tell us they watch CSI and SVU and all that. I don't know whether you get much TV, but I'm going to tell you, even though you delete a text from a cell phone, we can still get it back. A cell phone's like a little computer. It's a mini computer. You can never delete anything from it. So I know about the text that you sent, and I can't think what the number is, about getting duct tape or something ready.
I can't really remember like directly clearly, because I'd be up, you know what I'm saying? And that's the truth. I'd be up for days and shit. If I say shit, sometimes I don't really remember. I'd be smoking crack. I'd be up for days at a time and drunk and I don't know.
You thought about this before you about.
I mean, I thought about like hurting her. I never thought about killing Celeste, and that's the truth. I mean, I might have talked about, but to actually like.
You had to think about
But
it.
to actually talk about it and know what my own capabilities of doing it. I mean, I may have said, yeah, which I know you're supposed to take that serious, and now that it's happened, you really got to take it serious. But I may have said, yeah, I have. But to me personally, my mind saying it and doing it is just two different things. And I never thought that it would have happened. You know what I'm saying?
Tell me this.
I'm trying to tell you guys the truth as much as I can. I'm telling you that I thought about, I've said it. But
I know exactly what you're talking about too, and I appreciate it. Give me 8% of that 18%, and I'll be happy. Then you can go find somewhere to charge it.
actually doing it, I never thought I would do it.
Okay.
So if I have said yes, well, like I said, never said it, but to do it, I never thought I would do it. You know what I'm saying?
The detectives decide to let Katrina sit in the room by herself and think about what she has done. They explain to her that when they come back, they want to go through everything one last time, but this time she must make sure to tell the truth. After being alone for only a few minutes, Katrina has had enough.
I'm done.
Escape charge.
And they left the door open for
Oh,
her.
she's in the middle of the freaking prison, dude. She ain't getting out of here. The devil made her do it. She annoying as hell, ain't she? Imagine being married to this chick.
Please, she'd probably end up killing you.
Apparently. I mean, she just did a little bit of chewing on the old glazed donut. Got all pissy with the other bitch.
I think the police are winding her up now.
Yeah, no, they seem to have found a secret weapon. They're watching you freak out. 10 minutes, you'll confess to setting the Chicago fire.
I mean, your whole fucking life, no, you messed up. But you got a daughter?
Yeah.
How old she?
5.
Where'd she live at?
Their uncle.
Do we agree, am I correct in saying this? When you picked Celeste up at McDonald's, it wasn't for a date or anything else, it was for Franz to give her a beat down. For her snitching and for, what house was it? I said it once, was it Gilmore, for Gilmore getting busted because she snitched and she was going to get a beat down for that. And it was going to be a good beat down because snitches get stitches.
There's nothing is organized about our lives, in case you haven't noticed. None of us have any organization. None of us have any stability. None of us have any foundation. None of us have no structure, nothing. We're just all over the place, smoking crack, getting dressed here, taking a shower there, washing up here, changing clothes over there. I mean, it's hard to tell you. Like, that's why I'm so like, are we done?
Do you want to be done?
Yeah, I'm cold.
Okay, we can be done. Is there anything else that you left out that's going to help me prove that you're telling me the truth?
Other than that, that's it.
But you knew it was coming.
But I knew. I mean, yeah, you guys just put it on the news to trick me, to get me to fold.
Put what on the news?
I already know the whole scam. You guys put it on the news, then you charge me, so I would be like, well, f that, I'm telling. I already know the whole scam.
No, you've been charged. There's no scam.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like.
LaFons was found guilty of murder and he received life in prison without parole. Monica also received life in prison, but she will be eligible for parole after 25 years. Because Katrina was the only one who confessed, she was offered a plea deal of 25 years for murder and 11 years for kidnapping. Both sentences will run consecutive to each other for a total of 36 years. At her sentencing, prosecution stated that the case was only solved because Celeste crawled over a mile through the woods with broken bones covered in burns. With her last bit of energy, Celeste made it to a road where she was able to find a good Samaritan and name her attackers. For now, Katrina is serving her sentence at the Ohio Reformatory for Women.
Ohio. Well, that makes sense.
I would love to hear your thoughts on this case, so please share them in the comments below. We do have the interrogations of both LaFons and Monica, but they are audio only.
Next bit of footage.
If you would like to listen to them,
is
let us.
The last time people were seen ever, but on CCTV. And hold on, let me get the link set up.
By the way, I think she got off light there, 36 years.
I mean, dude, like, I would prefer to just put them to death, man. I'm real big into the whole capital punishment.
No. I get where you're coming from. I mean, that personally, I think that you save a lot of tax dollars just by putting them out of the way.
In her case,
6 years.
In her case, if we managed to save $350, we've done a good deed.
Oh yeah, but it's going to cost the taxpayer more to keep her in the luxury of a cell.
Right. Well, 3 hots in a cot, she'll never work again in her life.
No comments.
December 7th, 2000.
Yeah, you think she might be working for the ladies? I mean, she's already claimed to be a donut diver, so.
Yes.
And Trevor Deely went to his office's Christmas party at a nightclub down the street from the Bank of Ireland in Dublin, where he had been working in the IT department for about a year. Upon leaving the party at 3:30 a.m., Trevor couldn't get a ride back to his apartment due to a massive taxi driver's strike, and his only option was to walk home through an area notorious for crime and gang violence. It was a 20-minute walk home, and since the bank was pretty much just up the street, Trevor decided to make a quick stop at his office to grab his umbrella before walking home in the rain. Strangely, the bank's CCTV footage shows a man dressed in black standing behind one of the pillars of the bank's gate. The man can be seen standing there for almost half an hour before Trevor arrives. A little after 3:30, the man in black $100.
Damn it.
Later that night, the man simply...
I gotta say this one. The Gypsy and the Vanilla Gorilla. I like that. That's nice. Hey, Dennis, how you doing?
simply stands by the gate as Trevor walks in, and a few minutes later, the man in black walks out of the camera's view. Trevor's coworker reported that he and Trevor shared a cup of tea that night and talked about the party for a while, and that Trevor had also logged onto his work computer for a couple of minutes just before he left the bank at about 4 a.m. The CCTV footage shows Trevor stepping out onto the street and opening his umbrella before walking home. He didn't appear to be followed, and a few minutes later at about 4:06 a.m., he made a call to a friend to let him know that everything was all right and that he was on his way home. But since his friend was still asleep, he left a voicemail. That voicemail would be the last time that anyone heard from Trevor Deely. At 4:14 a.m., Trevor was seen walking by an ATM on a street about 15 minutes away from his apartment. Less than 30 seconds later, a man in black appears on screen, apparently following Trevor. 16 years later in 2016, the CCTV footage was digitally enhanced, and police determined that the man in black from the bank was the same man who later followed him. This was the last footage where Trevor was seen alive. Although he missed work on Friday, his coworkers didn't seem to find it strange, considering that many other employees were still hungover from the party and had also taken the day off. But after his friends and family couldn't get in touch with him over the weekend, and he didn't show up for work on Monday, he was immediately reported missing. Trevor's friends and family led the search from the beginning, and it was actually his friends and not the police who managed to get the disturbing footage from that evening. Unfortunately, they didn't have access to the footage until 4 days after his disappearance, which meant that the police had lost valuable time in the search for Trevor Deely. There may have been more CCTV footage of Trevor from that night, But at the time, CCTV cameras recorded their footage on VHS tapes, which were often recorded over with new footage, erasing the previous footage in the process. Over the years, several theories about Trevor's disappearance have surfaced, but none of them have been confirmed. Some have speculated that he might have been intoxicated that night, which may have caused him to fall into the water under the bridge and drown. But Irish police searched all nearby bodies of water, and no signs of Trevor were ever found. Most people believe that the mysterious man who was seen following Trevor in the CCTV footage had something to do with his disappearance, but to this day he remains unidentified. In 2017, police received a tip from an anonymous source who claimed to know what had happened to Trevor. According to this source, the man who followed Trevor that night was a gang member who murdered Trevor after he refused to help him gain access to the Bank of Ireland building. The man supposedly buried him in the woods a few miles away from where Trevor was last seen. For several weeks, 20 police officers and a search dog continued to search the site, but after 2 months of digging, the search was called off. 23 years after the incident, Trevor Deely's chilling disappearance is an open and active case. The events leading up to it, however, are still a mystery. On November 28, 2012, Emma Philippoff disappeared under very strange circumstances in Victoria, British Columbia. A year before her mysterious disappearance, Emma had fulfilled her lifelong dream of moving to the Canadian West from Perth, Ontario. Although she arrived in Victoria without a job or place to live, Emma quickly moved in with a friend and found work at a local cafe while she looked for her own place to live. Things seemed to be going well for Emma, but when winter came, she became much more withdrawn and started acting in strange ways. According to her roommate, it wasn't uncommon to see Emma engage in obsessive-compulsive rituals and erratic behavior.
Oh, you say what you will. She's pretty handsome lady. That's I wouldn't kick her out of my bed unless she wanted to fuck on the floor. But then again, I like my women just like I like my coffee. Hot, sweet, creamy.
And to fall victim to what seemed to be manic episodes. Just a few months after her arrival in Victoria, Emma abruptly left her friend's apartment, quit her job at the cafe, and began living pretty much anywhere she could find. She stayed at a hotel, camped in the woods, and even slept on boats in Victoria's harbor for a while. By early 2012, Emma was living in a women's shelter in Victoria. That summer, Emma landed a seasonal job at Redfish Bluefish, a popular seafood restaurant in Victoria's inner harbor, where she seemed relatively happy for a while. It was also around that time that Emma bought a red Mazda MPV van in hopes of permanently living on the road. And
that's another one of those things that'll run for absolutely ever. Them boys back then knew how to build them things. Them old 4-cylinder turbo diesels, man, those things are mean as hell.
Traveling to different cities.
I had a buddy of mine stick one of them turbo diesels in a Suzuki Samurai. That man is still driving it today.
In the US, Mexico, and Canada. When she left her seasonal job in October, she assured her coworkers that she would be back in the spring. Unfortunately, Emma's mental health...
How I sounded creepy. I'm sure I could. Would you like me? Would you like me to sound creepy? Do you want things to get too intense? Hard pass on all that. I can't do that.
Health struggles kept her from reaching the freedom she longed for, and her behavior grew increasingly erratic and unpredictable. In the months before her disappearance, her friends and some of the staff at the women's shelter mentioned that she had been acting paranoid over an unnamed man she had dated back when she was a culinary school student in Perth. She never mentioned whether they had kept in touch, but this seemed to be one of the causes for her paranoid behavior. A few weeks before her disappearance, Emma had an episode where she dragged the furniture in the women's shelter across the street and later claimed that she heard voices coming from the furniture telling her to do it. Around that time, she also gave away and sold many of her personal belongings. On November 20th, Emma was seen on CCTV at the YMCA in Victoria. In this strange video, she can be seen walking in and out of the building several times in the span of 14 minutes. Some people have speculated that she might have been trying to hide from someone, while others claim she was probably waiting for a ride and didn't want to spend the entire time outside in the freezing cold while her ride arrived. But neither of these theories were ever confirmed. 3 days after this footage was captured, Emma had a series of emotional conversations over the phone with her mother, during which Emma asked her mother to let her move back in with her in Perth. Her mother agreed, but grew concerned after Emma changed her mind several times between moving back to Perth and staying in Victoria during their conversation.
I can't remember exactly which one of the turbo diesels. There's a few of them that are real freaking crappy. I mean, they've got plenty of power and stuff, but they just don't have the longevity. Mazda, the early Mazdas, those weird little carry vans, they had a real hardcore 4-cylinder turbo diesel, run like 150 horsepower or something. I don't know. They're always real tough.
On November 28th, Emma's mother realized she was living in a woman's shelter after she dialed back a number that Emma had called from, and a staff member answered the phone. Concerned about her daughter's well-being, she immediately took a plane to Victoria.
Absolutely.
Early that same day, at around 8:30 a.m.
Had my sense of humor been different, we would have been discussing exactly which way they cooked this young lady. And I would use the terms delicious long pork. But tonight I'm feeling kind of sappy, and so I'm going to try to keep it on a lower tone. And I've already got Death in here himself. So,
can I just say that Gypsy's right with what he says? Gypsy. Sounds creepy, looks creepy, acts creepy, and in reality is really a normal guy.
I know some folks that would probably just. I doubt. I don't think I've ever been described as normal. Come to think of it, I don't. That's not the lexicon used to describe Sasquatch. Ever. Maybe
sounds normal.
Exactly. What's normal? But how weird do you have to be normal?
Emma was captured on CCTV walking into a 7-Eleven and buying a prepaid card for $200. Later that afternoon, she went back to the 7-Eleven to buy a prepaid cell phone, which she never activated. The video shows Emma repeatedly looking out the window and hesitating before leaving the store, as if she was trying to avoid someone on the outside. Her paranoid behavior suggests that she might have been followed or threatened, but this was never confirmed. After finally leaving the 7-Eleven, she arrived back at the shelter at
Out here beyond the perimeter, there are no stars. We is stoned, immaculate.
About 6 p.m. to find out that her mother was on her way to pick her up and take her home. Upon hearing the news from a staff member, Emma rushed out the front door and took a cab to the airport. A few minutes later, though, Emma cut the ride short by telling the driver she couldn't afford the $60 ride, even though reports mentioned that she had had over $2,000 on her at the time. Dennis Quay, an acquaintance of Emma, later ran into her at a crossing outside the Empress Hotel at around 8 p.m. She was barefoot, and according to Dennis, she seemed extremely agitated and refused to cross the street. Emma's paranoid behavior led Dennis to ask her if she was being followed, but she assured him that she wasn't. Not knowing what else to do, Dennis called the police to tell them there was a dazed and distressed woman walking barefoot in front of the Empress Hotel. A few minutes later, Victoria police arrived and spoke to Emma for 45 minutes. Somehow, the officers decided that she was not a threat to herself or anyone else, and they let her go. That was the last time anyone ever saw Emma. 3 hours after she was last seen, her mother arrived at the women's shelter to pick her up, but Emma was nowhere to be found. After her mother reported her missing, the search for Emma Filipoff began. The following morning, investigators found Emma's red Mazda van in the Chateau Victoria Hotel parking lot, where she had paid to get it towed 3 days before her disappearance on November 25th. Inside the van were all of Emma's belongings, including her laptop, passports, a pillow, and clothes, indicating that she might have been planning to move back to Perth or run away. Unfortunately, this is where Emma's case went cold, except for a few mysterious tips. In 2014, a man in a green shirt walked into a convenience store in Gastown, about 75 miles north of Victoria. According to the store owner, the man ripped off a poster advertising a $25,000 reward for finding Emma, telling the owner that Emma wasn't missing. He claimed that Emma was his girlfriend and that she had been living with him and that she ran away from her family because she hated them. Although the store owner reported this to the police, the man was never identified. 4 years later in 2018, almost 6 years after Emma's disappearance, another man confirmed that he had seen her on the morning after her disappearance, claiming that up until then he hadn't made the connection that the woman he had seen was Emma. According to the man, Emma was standing on the side of the road, barefoot and soaking wet, looking nervous and paranoid as she asked the man for a ride. She claimed she was going to visit a friend in Colwood, about 10 miles from Victoria. The man told Emma he couldn't take her that far, but he drove her a few miles and dropped her off at a nearby gas station. After that, nobody ever saw Emma again. Strangely, the identity of this friend that Emma mentioned she was going to visit is still a mystery. Although Emma's mother has searched non-stop for her daughter for several years, the cause for Emma's disappearance is still unknown. Some people speculate that she might have fallen victim to the man she mentioned she dated back in Perth, even though the police interrogated him and eventually cleared him. Another possibility is that she was kidnapped by the man in the green shirt in the footage. Due to Emma's mental state in the weeks leading up to her disappearance, other people think that her mental health struggles might have gotten the best of her. 11 years later, and police still don't know whether Emma even left the island in the first place, or if she's still out there somewhere.
There's an issue amongst the world's population that's really hard to explain. You have people out there that are nuts, right? It's okay, Smack. I hear you, bud. And they do irrational things, and this is why we say they're crazy. Then you have people who are perfectly rational but do the wrong combination of drugs and completely lose their mind. These folks. The reefer madness people, the meth madness people, the people who do PCP and these folks. There is no, it's beyond a lack of rationale. There's this guy I know, his weak spot is methamphetamines. And for years, he did this crap and was a relatively normal individual. And then just in the past couple of years now, he's quitting, right?
Yeah.
And now, instead of it being once a week, he's found hiding in his neighbor's garden. It's only like once every 8 months, but it's no longer hiding in his neighbor's garden. Like nowadays, when he goes off his freaking coconut, he ends up like climbing into heavy machinery of different descriptions. He'll go somewhere and go hide in an engine compartment of some piece of equipment or some shit. I don't understand why. It makes no sense to me. But I wish they'd stop calling me to come talk him out. I mean, dear God, that man's got a pistol. Just give you some iced tea, he'll come out.
I see Smoking Audit is out and about tonight, enjoying himself.
Yeah, he's doing stuff. He's doing stuff. He's supposed to be making a viral video tonight. Some dude's going to get sick. He's going to catch it on video. He's going to make a short of it. It's going to get a bajillion views. That's how
that would be good. Yeah, but would it be allowed on the terms of service?
Probably not. Almost in every case. I just put up a banger last week. I did a Maui video.
Yeah.
Got like 137,000 views or something. Like that. It's crazy. I just made
when you've finished showing this, I've got a question for you about a vehicle.
A vehicle.
Yeah, I'll explain when this finishes.
Okay. We got a few minutes, but okay.
The haunting disappearance of the Jameson family in 2009 gained public attention and media coverage after some disturbing footage of the family was found by police. In 2009, Bobby and Sherilyn Jameson lived with their 6-year-old daughter Madison in Eufaula, Oklahoma. Although they lived what appeared to be normal lives, the Jamesons' marriage was a rocky one, and police have long tried to figure out if their difficult circumstances were somehow tied to their disappearance. Around the time of their disappearance, the couple had been dealing with financial issues. Since 2003, the Jamesons had been on disability after Bobby was involved in a serious car accident that left him with severe chronic back pain. His wife Sherilyn had her own health issues. She had been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, but sometimes refused to take her medication. In 2009, the family decided to drive up to check out a 40-acre plot of land in Red Oaks, Oklahoma, about 30 miles away from their home in Eufaula. They specifically asked to inspect the plot of land without a real estate agent present. The Jamesons had told their friends and family that they were planning on moving there to start a new life after pulling their 6-year-old daughter Madison out of kindergarten over some kind of disagreement with their daughter's school. During the week they drove up to Red Oaks, nobody heard from the family. Because they were an unusually private family that often went off the grid without contacting anybody for weeks at a time, nobody assumed that the Jamesons had disappeared. But after a pair of hunters discovered the family's truck abandoned on a dirt road at the edge of the woods 9 days after they were last seen, it was clear that something was wrong. Inside the truck, police found a GPS, cell phones, empty pill bottles, wallets, and $32,000 in cash, which was extremely strange considering the Jamesons had been struggling financially. Disturbingly, the Jamesons' dog was found alive in the truck, dehydrated and starving after spending days in the locked vehicle. Police also reported that they found a chilling 11-page angry letter from Sherilyn to Bobby, in which she accused him of hating his daughter and being a loner and a hermit. According to a specific police report, there was a haunting sentence in the letter that read, "I would not wish my daughter to be raised in foster care because of you being in prison for attempted murder and her mother dead." At this point, it was impossible for anyone to know what had happened to the Jamesons. But immediately after it was determined that the family was missing, police started a search around the area where the truck was found. For 9 months, a search team consisting of 400 volunteers, 16 search dogs, unmanned drones, planes, horses, and a specialized search unit scoured the woods in search of the missing family. During this time, police found unsettling footage recorded by the family's home security cameras from the day the Jamesons vanished. In the video, Bobby and Sherilyn can be seen loading their truck in preparation for the trip, but something immediately seems off about the footage. The couple make over 20 trips to load the truck, sometimes putting things in the truck and then taking those same things back to the house, then back to the truck again. A few times, the husband and wife even walk from the truck to the house and back again without carrying anything in their hands. Strangely, the couple change clothes several times throughout the video, and it's hard to tell exactly with the low frame rate of the footage, but they seem to not interact with each other a single time. The psychologist that was called in to review the footage immediately attributed the couple's bizarre trance-like movements and strange behavior to illegal drug use. Bobby had a history of drug use, but it was never confirmed whether the couple was under the influence of drugs during the video. After looking deeper into the Jamesons' lives, police were only left with more questions. A pastor close to the family mentioned that shortly before their disappearance, Bobby had told him that there were spirits living on the roof of his house, and he had even requested that an exorcism be performed at his home multiple times. Bobby Jameson also owned a copy of the Satanic Bible, which he had been reading before his disappearance to try and find a way to make the spirits leave his house. Friends and family members have also mentioned that they believed the house was haunted, and many of them reported having paranormal experiences and feeling an overwhelmingly dark presence whenever they visited the house. Despite the validity of these claims, it is known that Sherilyn Jameson was involved in a kind of witchcraft. She frequently held seances at her house and often spoke about her supposed paranormal experiences. Sherilyn owned cats, and after they died, she suspected that her neighbors had poisoned them, so she spray painted the words, "Witches do not like it when their cats are killed," on a large metal storage container on the Jamesons' property. The mystery around the case continued to grow, but it wasn't until November 2013, 4 years after the Jamesons' disappearance, that 2 deer hunters stumbled upon the skeletal remains of 2 adults and a small child, about 3 miles from where the family's truck had been found 4 years earlier. Because the bones were heavily decomposed, it wasn't until 8 months later that forensic investigators were finally able to confirm that the skeletons belonged to the Jameson family. Due to the state of the skeletal remains, the cause of death couldn't be determined. With so many disturbing events and unsettling circumstances leading to the family's disappearance, many theories about what had happened to the Jamesons began to surface. Police began by investigating Bobby Jameson's father in connection with the murders. Less than 6 months before the family's disappearance, Bobby had sued his father for $10,000 for making him work unpaid at his gas station, promising him that he'd give his son a stake in the business in the future. After his father sold the gas station and refused to pay him, Bobby started a lawsuit against his father. But things took a dark turn, and Bobby had to get a restraining order after his father threatened to kill him and his family multiple times. Even though Bobby's father was a known meth user and was involved in criminal activity, police concluded that he was not involved in the family's death. One popular theory is that, considering Bobby Jameson's drug use and the unexplained $32,000 found in the family's car, it's possible that the Jamesons were involved in the drug trade and were killed in a drug deal gone wrong. The area where the bodies were found in is notorious for drug activity, but no solid evidence has been found to support that.
Does that check out? I wish the smoking auditor was in here. I don't think that checks out because the money was still there. If he was killed in a drug deal gone wrong, they would have taken him out there, executed him and his entire family, probably made him bury his family before they executed him in the same hole. And they would have taken the money and the car, and we would not be having this conversation currently because they wouldn't have found the bodies.
That's true.
I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just saying these people are thorough. This was a
don't
case.
Need to try. You do realize that, don't you?
This was a case of an individual snapping, and whether it was the guy or the chick. All right. Hypothetically, let's say, like they said, they were involved in the drug trade, and the process of them doing the drug deal that they were supposed to do, their kid got into the supply and overdosed and killed themselves. Right now, they're stuck there with $32,000 and a dead kid, and they have no way of explaining any of this. And if the kid got into enough of it, then there would be a distinct lack of product at the receiving end, and somebody's going to have to pay for that shit. And the 32,000 ain't going to cover it. So they get to go take a nice walk in the woods and cap each other off. Maybe. Is there a flaw in that logic?
I like the way you say maybe. It's like me turning around saying allegedly.
No, I'm just saying that you need a series of events that ties everything in the case together that makes sense and is plausible and explains all of the details involved. We don't know how they were killed. It didn't say. But if it was a bullet hole to the head, their forensics would help. Like some drawings, maybe some of those dioramas that they do on CSI.
That's not all the same, but yeah, I know what you're getting at.
Right. I'd like to see some 3D diagrams on this, honestly. This is a really weird one because, like I said, they walk back and forth in front of the house, and as far as the frames that they've got to see, they never interacted the whole time. So I'm thinking they completed the deal after the kid was dead just because they didn't want anybody else to have to pay for the problems that they had made, but didn't make it long enough to actually give the money to whoever that was supposed to go to before they went all suicidal and took a long walk off of a short bullet.
Yes.
So that would be my idea. But if she's a witch, it may have been like a hemlock brew. She may have just totally screwed his ass. A whole bunch of mushrooms and some mescaline, dude. Your ass think you're on cloud 9 walking off the edge of a cliff into the surf.
You've got some wonderful ideas.
Flow State accused me of being a mechanic.
You're not a mechanic, sir. You're a jack of all trades.
I have
Master of none.
Exactly. Yeah. If I have a specialization, it's fucking with people online. If I have any expertise in my life, that's my point of expertise. This whole YouTubery thing with the visuals and all this all came later. This is part of that 10,000 hours to perfect a craft, I suppose. I mean, right? It was weird, but they have been transporting something inside. Yeah, no, I figure. All right, so dude was already a spooky kind of fella, right? So maybe in the process of selling drugs, they had accumulated, $30,000 or so. But if that's the case, the only reason to kill yourself would be, like, hypothetically, if something happened to the kid. And then what do you do with the money? Most people who are fixing to kill themselves figure out something to do with their crap. I know a little bit of this from firsthand experience. I had a buddy of mine drop by one night and give me this really, really cool axe. But I was on like my third day up. My hip was out of socket, and I had just about gone clinically insane myself at that point. And I didn't grasp the significance of this visit.
Right.
So like 48 hours later, my man's swinging somewhere and his wife is freaking out on my couch, like in a complete, total meltdown, a perfectly justified meltdown.
Sunshine's turned up.
But it was one of those things where I didn't even think about it until like weeks later that I was like, oh, whoa, wait a second. Homie was disposing of his worldly goods. And I missed it. because I hadn't been around, because I'd been in a whole bunch of pain and just been laying around in the bed taking a bunch of drugs. And I didn't want people to see me that way, so I didn't go out much.
Well, Gypsy does state that your superpower is screwing around with people online.
That's
true.
If I were to be said to have a magical talent like in the land of Zanth, fucking with people online would be my magician caliber talent. Snark and Sass calls me a fucking wizard, and I'm not sure why, but she's a native troll. She's one of those people born under a bridge. She's not troll if she tried. When she starts being nice, it's trolling harder. Hello, sunshine. Welcome in.
Should I get warm? Let's finish the video and see what he said. What the outcome is.
Figure out what this is all about. So, drugs, kid died, money, yeah.
This theory. Police found a small hole on the back of Bobby's head, but forensic experts believe that it was too small to be a bullet hole and that it was most likely caused by animals after his death. Other people have speculated that the Jamesons could have been involved in a cult.
Ice pick.
The strange symbols and cryptic writing that was found on the family's truck seem to support this idea, and Sherilyn's own mother claimed that her daughter was on a cult's hit list for some unknown reason. Although there has been cult activity in eastern Oklahoma since the 90s, their presence has decreased over the years, and it was never confirmed whether the Jamesons had any involvement with the cult. Because of the hate letter found in the truck and the couple's history of mental illness and drug use, some people think that either Bobby or Sherilyn could have murdered their family before themselves. With no evidence at the scene to support any of these theories, the case has remained unsolved for 14 years. Police and investigators are still searching for new evidence, but there are currently no suspects for the disappearance and murder of the Jameson family.
Who is Wolf Voice? I don't have an issue with that. If you come to a show with me, you could be a moderator and you could drop channels yourself. I'm not hard to get along with. We just talk about your channel and your stuff and your things and your YouTuber. You know.
Yeah, I want to do another chat with you about the network. If that's all right, sometime we can set that up. You may have to record it and then play it.
I was just saying, are we talking live or backstage recording?
No, I think. Well, no. I mean, either backstage recording or something. It's just I'm thinking of the time difference. That's all.
Really, Gorilla, try using their handle. I think if you type in their handle word for letter, it acts like a link, and anybody can do that, and it functions in chat. You don't necessarily have to be a mod, I don't think. But I looked, and I had I've had like 200 guests. I had like 16 or 20 or 15, 30 goddamn mods. I had a whole freaking pile of mods, dude. People I hadn't seen in months. It's fine, bro. I don't know what channel they're talking about. I'm sure that's it, but I can't. It won't let me like copy pasta it over because I can't actually highlight it because it's in YouTubery, you know.
On the evening of Wednesday, July 29, 2015, Stephen Mackerel went out with his brother and some friends to Lucky's Tavern, a popular bar in downtown Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Stephen's brother left the bar at 11 p.m. to go to work the next morning. When he noticed Stephen was intoxicated, he told his brother to go home and drive safely. But the night was still young, and at around 1:30 a.m., Stephen and his friends left the bar and agreed to meet in the parking lot of a nearby Walgreens to plan their next move.
Grim Reaper Radio Network. Hold on, let me give you the big screen for a second. Bam.
Yeah, that's me.
That's him. You do the whole big Grim, you know. That's the dude.
Yeah. If you just put if you're looking for the channel on YouTube, just put at Grim Reaper Network.
Is it Doug Grim Reaper Network or just at Grim Reaper Network?
At Grim Reaper Network.
Okay. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Tune right in to the Grim Reaper Network for every bit of your completely innocuous information.
And most of it is true.
Or should I do it in the Yogi voice? Hey, boo boo, turn into the. How's that? Wait, hold on. Hey, boo boo. I said turn. It kind of screwed the pooch on that one. Screw it.
Move. But Stephen never made it to the Walgreens, and his friends never saw him again. Stephen lived with his parents and worked as a professional poker dealer at a casino in Hollandale Beach near Fort Lauderdale. When he didn't come home the next day and didn't show up for work the day after that, his family knew something was wrong. Police reported that there were several surveillance systems in the area where Stephen was last seen, but they said it might take weeks before they could gather the relevant footage. In the meantime, investigators interviewed the friends and family members who had last seen Stephen. Thinking that he might have gotten into an accident due to his intoxicated state, police conducted searches in many different lakes and ponds.
All right, so there are 3 types of streamers on YouTube. There are the streamers who specifically do it for their interaction with chat, which is Izzy, the Cheshire Cat, to an extent Scully, Ajot, Toe for Life, these folks, these types of people. Then you have the people who stream more or less to get a point across, people like Untethered Live, Mandatory Carry, in some ways Harry Nuts, which he really loves his chat, so he's a bit of an exception because he does it across the board. He's doing a lifestyle thing. Most people have a thing they do in YouTube, and my thing I do in YouTube is interview other YouTubers. And so this aspect of an active YouTuber in my chat that I haven't covered, and Caucasian Sasquatch and Vanilla Gorilla, come on, man, the clickbait writes itself. And I'll do things. I do things. I do things for you if you come on the show. Is that creepy? I could never tell.
You're always creepy.
Just a little creepy. Give you a little bit of that tingle up your spine, make you think somebody's peeping in the window at you a little bit. It's okay. It's just me.
Ponds. Nothing important was found. The search became even more complicated when investigators learned that Stephen's phone.
Do I realize what?
When you appear on Sasquatch Shields, the show is literally about you. You're in control. You talk about everything you want to talk about, what you do, how you do things, etc. What it is you're trying to get across. And then, if you're lucky, you get left alone by Sasquatch. He's never left me alone. He's always trolling me.
If you're not lucky, you end up like Captain Curmudgeon or Ajot or Toe for Life or Grim, where every time you drop a link, I pop up like the fucking herpes.
And then he complains that he can't get actually on the show these days. He says, but I haven't got Discord. I haven't got Telegram.
I do have Discord. I don't have Telegram.
Oh, have you got Discord? Oh, well, that's easy enough. I can always send you a link that way. Due to trolls recently causing problems, we've had to restrict access. However, I am trying to get back to the way that and I like to do things, and that's to pin to StreamYard's link.
This is why I want to have you on the show, man. Shit like this.
Oh, he's got to come up.
It's like, just remember, there's a billionaire at the bottom of the ocean that would trade all of his money for your spot. Yep. Or, and I don't want to catch a lawsuit. So, in a fairy tale in Minecraft, perhaps there was a sudden change of crewmen and management and controls of this submarine that a few billionaires climbed into and disappeared. And now they're in the super safe, super secret bunker prepared for the end of the world that's fixing to come about due to alien invasion. which is why all of this alien bullshit's been done. But actually, it's really an AI takeover, and that's what this whole nefarious BS is going on. I don't know how to explain it. It's very complicated. I'm sure it involves time travel. We ruined the universe, this entire sector of space somehow back in 2012.
Do you know what? I think you and I may present an alleged story somewhere in Minecraft. That could be quite interesting,
right?
Because we can make all sorts of garbage up based on reality.
Yeah. No. I want to do it in the Kittyverse, where
no, I can't do that. Sorry.
No. We could totally go get like random YouTube cat videos and dub it over with like the stories and pick specific cats to be the characters. And
I see what you mean. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Kittyverse, and then nobody has to know that it's like my.
Oh, you said kitty. Sorry, I misheard you. For those who don't know, folks, I am there's certain pitches that I can't hear. At the moment, I haven't got my hearing aids. I'm using these stupid earbuds. So it's most people are okay, but I just miss certain pitches. So sometimes Sasquatch here knows how to wind me up, or attempts to. Just a little, but he doesn't like it when it backfires.
Oh man, I like the splatter effect. When people start throwing shit.
He can dish it and he can take it. That's what I like about him.
Right. I'm still waiting for somebody to do a decent meme on me.
Oh, I can't. No. That's not fair. That. I mean, that would be.
Don't hate me because I'm beautiful. Hate me because I'm hitting on your wife.
Transcend universe. Interesting.
There's something wrong with me. You know that, right?
The Earth is flat with a glass dome over it. I was watching that on YouTube, and I thought it was hilarious, especially when they lifted the dome up off the model.
I'm a real big Discworld fan. I'm perfectly willing to believe that it is a flat disc on a turtle's back flying through space that is suspended upon 4 elephants. And we all know
you've been listening and reading and watching Terry Pratchett.
I'm a Terry Pratchett file. You remember I told you I read everything?
Yes.
That I had a lot of time and a library card.
Well, this is what he does as a hobby, folks.
That's why I'm lightly educated in virtually everything you can bring in front of me. I sound like I know what I'm talking about. I'm just repeating some crap I read back in the mid-90s, usually.
He's got Alzheimer's. He remembers things. He remembers things from the past, but not necessarily 2 seconds ago.
Well, no, see, I'm high as hell, so cut me some slack. It's not short term.
I'm not insulting you. I'm just saying the truth.
Had an alternate vision bleed through. Showed
allegedly.
You how portals work. Hey, did I ever tell you about the fucking staircase I found in the middle of nowhere?
No, but right. I bet you tried to go up it.
No. Check this shit out. So I live in a very rural area of Georgia, right?
Yeah.
We're right on the edge of this massive 10,000 acre floodplain, and a number of draws and sloughs and hollows up through the river valley there are all owned by the same paper company. And so there are literally hundreds of thousands of acres of virtually what a weird Joram. Okay. All right, bud. Good to see you. Welcome in. Because, if you hate me and you watch everything I do, you're still a fan. I don't know.
Exactly.
What's up, bud? Welcome in. How you doing? Anyway. So these lands are largely held by like really long paper leases that are like 99 years in a day, and they get recycled whenever the lease comes up. They just pay the families that own it again. And so some of these places haven't been cut in ever, in some cases, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years in other cases. And so there are some really deep, dark, primeval type cloud forest, like literal Georgia cloud forest out there. And me and my pops went sort of a camping, fishing, hunting trip. And the first night, it was perfectly ordinary. We canoed around, stayed, wandered off the next day. The next night, the whole time, there was this weird glow that was off to the north that just sat there, right? Like it was like there was a warehouse or something around, like a Walmart was right over here. But then the next night, that light wasn't there. It just was dark, like a normal nighttime type thing. There was a bit of moon and whatnot. Maybe the air condition, the atmospheric conditions wouldn't show it, but I kind of feel like it was a really big camp of some sort. But on the third day, we were walking from one particular slough to another slough, carrying a canoe along, and we came across this huge patch of what looked like Kentucky bluegrass. And in the middle of this huge patch of Kentucky bluegrass was a big ass freaking like grand staircase made of marble. No house, no nothing. There was a couple of big oak trees, kind of like the ones in Gone with the Wind that were on both sides of the driveway. There was a couple of them out there, but not. They didn't seem to be any particular relation to the staircase. What really weirded me out was my pop's reaction to finding that staircase. He disappeared like a fart in the wind, right? Like I turned around and he was already leaving with the freaking. He was just walking away with the canoe. He just hooked it and was like, nope. He just noped straight out. And I stood there, stared at that staircase, and was like, what in the? All right. So I'm in Civil War country where Sherman marched through and burned everything to the ground, and it would not be unusual to find a decently stonework staircase just hanging out somewhere. But there's no record of there ever having been a plantation over there. It has always been trust land.
I'm still trying to work out whether it was a stairway to heaven.
I don't even know if it was necessarily in this universe because, like I said, where we're at here doesn't generally support Kentucky bluegrass. It's too hot, right? So this weird grass covered about, I don't know, 2 acres around that spot, and nothing grew in that blue stuff. And I never stepped on it. We just turned around and left. But it did give me the serious heebie-jeebies in the word. And there was this really strange kind of a moldy, not quite chemical smell that was like everywhere.
Do you mind if I ask how old were you at the time?
14, 13.
So you were probably stoned then as well.
No, I was with my pops. I was certainly stone cold. I had been with my pops for 3 days at that point. I was stone cold sober.
Oh, right, okay.
Like
I'm just thinking, is it one of these where you've seen something, or you thought you've seen something, but you were actually as high.
I stood there for a good few minutes and just stared at it. And like I said,
you didn't go on it. You didn't put step on it.
No, remember what I said about the bluegrass around it? That shit was weird, and it didn't feel right to step on it.
Right.
And I can't explain that other than, like I said, my pops just walked up, saw it, turned around and grabbed the canoe and went all the way around it to get to the water, right at the closest point we could get to the water. And we went home. I mean, literally I didn't even realize we were going home for about 2 hours until it occurred to me that, oh, I guess we're going home. You know,
all because of the stairs.
It was weird. It was a really strange thing. The whole experience was weird. From the moment I stood up and saw that staircase, Pops pretty much went straight home from there.
Do you know what? I've just thought of a third show you could do. Memoirs of Sasquatch. Strange, but true.
I need to just do stories. That I just need to tell stories about people about the things that have happened that I'm aware of. Goes to tell you how. What's that? I was told I'm supposed to tell you how I for my fiance.
Found.
Hi.
Or
hi. Tell you hi. How?
Yeah.
You do. I'm so confused by my chat.
Battery had died at the bar. Because the phone was never turned on after that night, it was impossible for police to use the phone to locate Steven. At the time of his disappearance, Steven was 25 and had a 1-year-old daughter and a long-term girlfriend he had plans to marry. And his friends and family claimed that he was not the type of person who would voluntarily walk out of his life and just vanish with no explanation. Unfortunately, some of the footage that was found during the investigation suggests that Steven's disappearance was not at all his choice. 2 weeks after he was last seen, police discovered that Steven had used his credit card at a gas station in Pompano Beach about an hour after he had left the bar. It was about a 15-mile drive from the bar to the gas station, and nobody understood why Steven had even taken that detour in the first place. The surveillance footage from inside the gas station shows Steven entering the store at 2:26 a.m., appearing to be intoxicated as he stumbles around the store, shopping for snacks. His behavior doesn't seem to bother the store owner, and less than a minute later, he walks to the counter to pay for the snacks with his credit card. For a few minutes after that, Steven had a casual conversation with 2 young women who were inside the gas station, but this happened out of the camera's view. Nearly a week after the initial footage was revealed, police obtained additional footage of Steven that completely changed the course of the investigation. The CCTV footage shows Steven standing next to his 2013 white Ford Fusion in the parking lot. He seems to get into some sort of altercation with the driver of an unidentified silver sedan, and as the silver car pulls away, Steven takes a step back and throws what appears to be his drink at the driver. He gestures with his hands at the driver as he gets into his vehicle, and 3 minutes later, the silver car circles back into the gas station, this time pulling right behind Steven's car. The driver's intentions are unknown, but as soon as Steven pulls away in his Ford, the silver sedan speeds after him. This was the last time Steven was seen alive. All police knew about the driver was that he was an African-American man who had walked shirtless into the gas station store a few minutes before the incident, but was never identified. For 8 years, Fort Lauderdale police have been searching for Steven's car. His license plate was never scanned by any license plate readers, indicating that he never left the Fort Lauderdale area. Search teams have combed through over 20 bodies of water looking for the car, but nothing has ever been found. Disturbingly, during the searches, almost 20 other vehicles have turned up in nearby lakes, ponds, and canals, including stolen vehicles with bullet holes, but nothing relating to Steven's disappearance, not even a clue. As of 2023, detectives and investigators still have no idea if Steven was involved in an accident, or if he became the victim of something much more sinister.
That was exactly going to be my suggestion, is you need to go check the canals for that car. You'll find it pretty quick, but apparently they already have, and they found a whole bunch of other cars, but not that one. So that thing, that was some gang star, and their vehicle got put in the chop shop.
Very strange that. I mean, how can a vehicle just vanish?
The chop shop.
Yeah,
dude,
I suppose so.
You give me a couple of decent mechanics, I'll pull a vehicle apart and have it put back together elsewhere in just a day or two, depending on what we're dealing with. Like, you give me a big boy that can squat the engine, and we'll get it done quicker. Because all the tools take time to use. But if you got you one big old corn-fed white boy that can pick up a 4-cylinder and set it in the engine mount.
Smoking odds is sort of suggesting he's only slightly inebriated. We'll find out later. Yeah, I've got a question to ask. Right.
Yep.
What is your opinion of the Hyundai Santa Fe?
All right. So that thing is built in Alabama, right?
I've no idea. I know it's just we don't have it over here, and I've requested to drive when I go over, but I just wanted your opinion on it.
I'd love to drive one. I think it would be a really cool sort of check because they're supposed to be sort of like almost tough. They're not a Jeep, but they're also not like your normal street SUV, as it were. They're all-wheel drive and have some really aggressive kind of stance to them, but they're not actually rock crawlers or anything like that.
Right.
It's basically based off of what is it? The Santa Cruz. There's another one they do that's an all-wheel drive chassis, the whole 9 yards, but they redesigned the whole thing to make the Santa Fe. Or Santa the other way around, Santa Fe, Santa Cruz, one or the other, whichever one's.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I almost bought one of those. I'm not gonna lie, that thing really intrigued me when I saw it.
Yeah, it's just I was looking for something which was large enough but not too large. The only downside is it only does something like 26 miles to the gallon.
Right.
So it could be expensive traveling around. It depends on the price of fuel.
That's not a terrible average MPG for a modern compliant vehicle. Like, I'm not sure mine would actually check out as being a modern compliant vehicle. It's got no engine lights on or nothing, but it wasn't built this decade.
Right. See, mine that I drive does around about 36 on motorways, etc. In town, it does around about 26.
Right.
So I'm just thinking, I wonder, what sort of like is it going to be expensive to run, etc.? I've requested one or similar.
I don't think you understand the distances involved. I think on your brain pan, you're like, no, surely I do. I pulled out the ruler and checked the maps. I know how far things are. But when you get out there and you're riding on the interstate at 75 miles an hour, motherfuckers are blowing by you like your ass is standing still. Fucking traffic. And there's a dude with a motorcycle that's just right up your ass the whole time. Yeah. You're gonna.
He'll be an idiot. I mean, the only thing I'm taking over with me will be a dash cam, so I can stick it on the front. Anybody hits me in the rear, that's their fault.
If you get popped in the rear, that's their fault, and they'll pay for it. Promise you.
Yeah, I just anybody sideswipes me or anything like that while I'm driving. I'm hoping I don't end up in any sort of bother, but I need to make sure that. As they say, my arse is covered.
Right? I find now, okay, so I understand. I grasp it. When you come from a highly regulated society, your natural tendency is to seek the proper permits and regulations to do shit, right? So in your mind, if you're not insured, you're not covered, blah, 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 blah. Keep in mind that America also has the greatest medical system in the world. We save more gunshots, cancer, burn victims, more plastic surgery, surgeons in general, fucking you goddamn name it. There is an institute in America that is an expert in that very field and possibly established it. Right? So while I get your perspective, typically people aren't actually turned away from treatment. You might be turned away from a particular location, but you just go to a different one.
Well, my understanding is you've got to have insurance when you're over there because nothing's free.
Well, okay, no, you're not 100% wrong, but at the same time, they're not going to hunt you down with pitchforks and knives and come take your fucking dining room table. They're going to send you very strongly worded letters, which might work on a Brit. I hadn't thought of that. That does sound threatening to a Brit, doesn't it?
No. I mean, I'm used to situations where because where I work, yes, I know it's people who fall into arrears. They get fed up with us sending the debt collectors and things like this. I mean, at the end of the day, I just want to make sure that my ass is covered when I go over for the time I'm there.
I'm not boo-hooing.
Dive into the chilling depths.
I'm just saying it. I don't think it's as critical as you do. You're good.
If you ever made it over here, you would be wow. How what?
I'm not sure I would be welcome over there, my bro. They're going to be upset with me bringing my pistol, and that's just not going to fly.
Well, that's the only reason why you wouldn't get it.
Can I purchase permits to allow me to carry my pistol?
No.
Can I qualify for permits to allow me to carry my pistol?
No, you wouldn't be able to.
Can I donate enough money to a given party so that they give me a permit and allow me to carry my pistol?
Pistols have to be locked up.
Hypothetical question, in Minecraft. Anyway.
Yes.
So, in those cases, I might go. A well-armed population is a very sweet and loving population. You have to be nice to everybody because they all can cap your ass. A little old lady down there filling up her gas tank probably has a 32 in her purse.
Yeah.
The chick behind the counter at the gas station is almost definitely sitting there with a 9mm.
It's an eye-opener, let's put it that way. And I'm willing to risk it, as they say, for a biscuit. And I will be coming over next year to see what's going on.
And you'd be safe as houses, bro.
But where I'm going, as I say, in Massachusetts, there's some strange laws.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no, Massachusetts is weird. I think they got parishes instead of counties. Or,
yes.
They're Commonwealth, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, where I'm going is
a little
part of New England or whatever.
Like they come out of the state a little harder than we do here in the South.
I'm still looking forward to it. It should be quite fun. And yeah, I'm going to be doing some live streams as well. So it should be funny.
Oh, cool.
Especially when I start talking to the police, and they say, "Oh, you can't do that." But I'm a tourist.
Right. Well,
I can get away with murder, not literally, but
almost, dude. Like, no, ignorance of the law is no excuse. It's what the judge will tell you. But more than likely, hear me out, more than likely, they want you to go home and send them some money is what they're going to want you to do. And so you could like murk half of a school. And whenever you'd have to go through the whole court system, then I guarantee you'd be sent back to England to serve your time, and it'd be like Club Med compared to an American jail.
Oh yeah. I wouldn't do anything like that. I'm a peace-loving guy, me. But I am looking forward to going to a range with somebody who's got the permits, etc., and firing off a few rounds because it's something I've never done. So it'd be interesting, an interesting experience.
So I got this one last video I want to run through. You can stick around.
No worries.
It's Mary, quite contrary, and the chat, all 46 of you that have rolled through here, decided that 46% of the 36 people that come through decided that she was a real individual, while the other decided that she was not. Truth is, we don't really know. we know that the rhyme appears not long after certain people did certain things that could maybe in some versions be, but the timing's so close together, it's really hard to determine whether this happened before or after the rhyme occurred. So let's take a gander at it and see how it comes out. What do you think? The butler did it.
Dive into the chilling depths of history as we unveil the cryptic tales behind Mary, Mary, Quite Contrary, an age-old English nursery rhyme that conceals a tapestry of secrets. Emerging from the shadows in 1744, within the pages of Tom Thumb's pretty songbook, this seemingly innocent verse hides a far more sinister past, intertwined with torture, murder, and other macabre mysteries. Prepare to be captivated as we peel back the layers of time to expose the spine-tingling origins
That's
of this
another one of those
baffling
stripper
rhyme,
names.
where darkness and intrigue converge in a dance of whispers and blood-curdling secrets. Welcome back, Darklings, to the Resurrectionists, where we breathe life into history, delve into ghostly realms, and explore everything that goes bump in the night. If you haven't joined our weird and wonderful family yet, hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell, because trust us, you won't want to miss a single spine-chilling update. Nursery rhymes harbour more than meets the eye. Far from child's play, many originated during eras when literacy was rare, serving as a covert means to chronicle significant political events and scandalous intrigues. Mary, Quite Contrary, is no exception. Yet, amid diverse theories, the identity of the enigmatic Mary remains a puzzle. One prevailing notion is tied to Mary, Queen of Scots, tracing the origins of the rhyme back to her tale. Mary's reign over Scotland spanned from 1542 to 1567, a period marked by her distinct position as a Catholic queen in a predominantly Protestant nation. Within the lines of a seemingly innocent nursery rhyme, hidden layers of symbolism start to emerge. The phrase, "How does your garden grow?" has been interpreted as a nod to the lush Scottish landscapes under her rule. The term silver bells finds resonance in Catholic cathedral chimes, while cockle shells potentially mocks the decorations on a dress gifted to her by the French king, her ornate Catholic attire becoming a target for Protestant disdain. The line, "Pretty maids all in a row," may subtly reference her loyal ladies-in-waiting, a quartet that accompanied her through the French court and upon her return to Scotland. However, an early version of the rhyme concludes with a different last line which reads, "Sing cuckolds all a row," which presents a darker and more mysterious tone into the narrative. The term cuckold carries derogatory implications, insinuating a husband with an adulterous wife or unknowingly raising children who aren't his own. This line casts a provocative shadow upon Mary's romantic chronicles, potentially referencing her reputation as a hot-blooded enchantress. In the grand courts of France, Mary's life seemed destined for fairy tale bliss as she married Francis II, the King of France. Yet fate had other plans, and their union was cut short when Francis died just 2 years later, plunging her into a whirlwind of uncertainty. Returning to her native Scotland, Mary's life took an unexpected turn as she crossed paths with the charismatic and fiery Lord Darnley, Henry Stuart. Their union ignited like a tempestuous blaze, fueled by a potent mix of passion and power. But the flames that burned between them cast doubtful shadows, revealing a stormy relationship fraught with struggles for dominance. While Mary was open to co-ruling Scotland alongside her husband, Darnley harboured grandiose aspirations, expecting Mary to relinquish her sovereign authority to him and act as his subordinate. Within months, the fiery affection that had united them turned into seething resentment. Love had curdled into hatred, shattering the illusions of their once enviable bond. Lord Darnley, a young man fueled by his own desires, indulged in heavy drinking and infidelity, his heart straying to various lovers, even to a young and captivating man named David Rizzio. Yet the story took a dramatic twist, as Rizzio, once entwined with Lord Darnley, found his heart captured by none other than Mary herself. Rumours whispered of a secret, passionate affair between the Queen and her charming secretary, painting their connection with forbidden colours. The court buzzed with speculation, and as Mary's belly swelled with the promise of a future king, whispers grew louder that Rizzio might actually be the true father. Jealousy seized hold of
I'm
Lord
from
Darnley,
the South, bro. That
setting the
shit's a
stage for a
Coke.
sinister plot
All of
that
it.
would alter the
Red,
course of
green,
history.
purple, orange. If it
Together with
fizzles,
his
it's a
father,
Coke.
he hatched a scheme to rid himself of Rizzio once and for all, a treacherous plan with the ultimate goal of manipulating Mary into surrendering her crown to Darnley.
All
In
right,
the
bro.
shadowed
If you
cloak
didn't
of
bring
night,
enough to share,
on the fateful date of March the 9th, 1566, a palpable tension gripped the palace of Holyrood House. The air was thick with malevolent forces as Lord Darnley's assembly, a gathering of around 80 conspirators, navigated the hallowed corridors of the palace under the guidance of their enigmatic leader, Lord Ruthven. Their destination? The Queen's supper chamber, where an unsuspecting Mary revelled in the company of friends, including Rizzio. As the grand doors creaked open, Lord Ruthven materialised at the forefront, clad in armour, his presence emanating an air of foreboding. In a sombre tone,
well, I mean, you're in the land of Coke here. Georgia, Atlanta's where all that shit started, bro. So it's a Coke, regardless, because back in the day, it was all bottled by Coke over here anyway. They were the only people who had the equipment to make the sparkling water. So all of them were Coke vendors, even if it was RC Cola or Sprite or whatever the hell it was, you know. We also had something called Moxie. You ever heard of Moxie? Well, that shit hardcore, dude. Jolt Cola. You ever had a Jolt Cola, bro? That shit's like drinking 5 cups of coffee. That shit's hardcore. Back this was the energy drink that I grew up with. Goddamn Jolt Cola's like sticking your tongue to a 12-volt battery, bro. That shit's hardcore.
Yeah, the amount of caffeine they put in.
Ridiculous, dude. But that was back in the day when it was like, it was caffeine and it was every other fiend you could possibly imagine. You drink about half that damn thing, be over there fucking rattling off the goddamn walls with your nose running. And
now it's all regulated.
Yeah, now it's safe.
Yeah, I was going to say. Oh, don't forget, Coca-Cola originally had Coke in it, literally.
Right.
When it first came out, that's where the name came from, because it was nothing to do with the lines; it was to do with the drug they put in.
You ever had a Surge?
A Surge? No.
All right, so Surge was sort of the precursor to the modern energy drink. It had all kinds of electrolytes and crap mixed in with a typical like lemon lime flavored soda. It kind of tasted like battery acid with lime juice.
Nice.
But dude, it was not unlike doing half a rail or so. Like, homie, I remember a few of them days back at Bellevue were about 24 years long because I drank too much Surge. Could you imagine working with me?
I think it would be quite funny, actually, to be honest.
It would be hilarious because I can't take anything serious until I am serious, but you'll know immediately when I'm serious. There will be no doubt in your mind. The tone of my voice is so, you'll know, right?
My problem is that people aren't sure whether I'm serious or not, because the tone never really changes. What does change is the sarcasm. It's very gutting.
Oh, with me, I'm always changing tone, changing accents, changing my drawl. Like, it's a constant thing. So it's kind of hard to tell if I'm serious or not. But when I'm serious, you'll immediately know. Like it won't be, you won't be in doubt. You'll hear my voice. You will know this motherfucker serious.
I can't imagine you ever being serious, to be honest.
Right?
But, hey.
No, I'm very laid back. I really don't take too much fucking serious.
Go on, let you get back on with Mary.
All right. My bad.
Ruthven accused Rizzio of dishonouring the Queen, setting the stage for a dramatic confrontation. Mary, no stranger to the art of diplomacy, attempted to defuse the situation. She urged Ruthven to leave, reasoning that any grievance involving Rizzio should be weighed by the Lords of Parliament. Alas, her plea was met with cold indifference, and Ruthven drew his dagger as the room simmered with tension. In a blaze of fury, Mary rose, her anger a tempestuous force colliding with the encroaching darkness. Rizzio cowered behind her, a man ensnared in the midst of a plot far beyond his comprehension. Mary's friends lunged to shield their sovereign, grappling with Rufin, but it was no use. In a torrent of terror and confusion, Rizzio was wrestled into the adjoining room. Mary could only watch on in horror, the cold metal of a pistol pressed against her, a reminder of her vulnerability and powerlessness. In the adjoining chamber, a grim scene of vengeance and savagery unfolded. Rizzio, ensnared within the clutches of his assailants, was subjected to a cruel and relentless attack. Amid his chilling cries, an orchestra of blades pierced Rizzio's flesh an unfathomable 56 times. The scene unfolded like a nightmarish symphony, a tableau of horror that left no room for respite. And in the chilling crescendo, Lord Darnley's dagger, wielded by an assassin, delivered the final, damning blow. The lifeless vessel of the once vibrant Rizzio was unceremoniously stripped of his fine clothes and hurled down the palace stairs, a chilling testament to the depths to which human greed and treachery could plummet. Surprisingly, this chilling drama doesn't reach its conclusion here. Merely a year later, Lord Darnley met a mysterious and suspicious demise that continues to puzzle historians even today. In the cold early hours of February 10th, 1567, a chilling plot unfolded on the cobblestone streets of Edinburgh. The ominous shadow of the old provost's house of Kirkhofield, nestled in the heart of the Royal Mile, concealed a tale of intrigue, betrayal, and unspeakable horror. Lord Darnley had sought refuge within the walls of Kirkhofield, weakened by illness. Unbeknownst to him, this sanctuary was gradually being transformed into a death trap. An unseen enemy, lurking in the shadows, was orchestrating a malevolent scheme. As the clock struck 2 a.m., the silence of the night was pierced by an earth-shattering explosion that rippled through the very fabric of Edinburgh. Kirkhofield erupted into a fiery inferno, its walls crumbling into dust. Amid the chaos and debris, the lifeless form of Lord Darnley was discovered in a neighbouring garden, his body sprawled beside that of his loyal groom. However, all was not as it seemed. Intriguingly, their lifeless forms were strangely undamaged by the raging explosion, leaving behind a trail of questions and speculative theories about their final moments. Historian Magnus Magnusson recounted how Lord Darnley's lifeless form bore evidence of strangulation, hinting that death had come before the cataclysmic explosion. What if a disturbance had jolted Darnley awake, compelling him to make a desperate escape attempt with his loyal attendant before being discovered by their enemies? A chair and rope were also found in the garden close to the men. Could they have aided their attempted escape through a window on the upper floor? Was the explosion that followed, a crescendo of chaos, orchestrated to veil their murders, an eerie cover for a sinister act? Queen Mary mourned her husband for 40 days, yet whispers drifted through the city's taverns and winding alleys, painting her grief as a mask for darker truths. Was she truly innocent, or was she herself responsible for her husband's suspicious death? In the labyrinth of suspicion, the Earl of Bothwell emerged as a name that would forever be entwined with the horrors of that night. A man of power and shadows, rumours swirled that he had supplied the very gunpowder that ignited the explosion, and a pair of shoes belonging to one of his supporters were found at the scene of the crime. In a matter of days, vibrant placards adorned the streets, while leaflets circulated through Edinburgh. These boldly pointed fingers at Mary, Queen of Scots, and James Hepburn, 4th Earl of Bothwell, alleging an illicit love affair and their involvement in orchestrating Darnley's murder. The stage shifted yet again on the 24th of April, 1567. It is said that on a desolate road between Linlithgow Palace and Edinburgh, Bothwell and his legion of 800 men confronted Mary herself. Whispered words of danger fell from his lips, a warning that the tides of treachery were once more poised to swallow Mary in Edinburgh.
My mom loved
With an air of foreboding, he urged her to seek protection in his own castle, Dunbar, an offer that hid sinister intentions. Midnight descended as Mary stepped into the jaws of a trap. Within the walls of Dunbar Castle, a nightmarish ordeal awaited her. Bothwell, his intentions as dark as the night itself, took her captive. Allegations of coercion and a twisted power play coloured the night's events, all designed to lead Mary down a path she could not escape. The days that followed saw a spectacle of manipulation and political manoeuvring, as the ink on his divorce papers from Jean Gordon, Countess of Bothwell, had barely dried, he claimed Queen Mary as his own. Their marriage took place on the 15th of May, 1567, just 3 months after Lord Darnley's death. The intentions and circumstances of these events weave a complicated web of intrigue that has divided historians across the ages. Was Mary truly an unfortunate victim, ensnared within the confines of a patriarchal era, coerced into a marriage with Bothwell against her desires? Or do the shadows cast a different tale, that of a shrewd and calculating figure willing to trade her second husband's life for a promise of future matrimony to Bothwell? While historical fragments provide a canvas, they offer only hints of the complex portrait painted upon it. Unraveling the truth requires a delicate interplay of conjecture and scrutiny, a journey into the corridors of history that holds neither a single answer nor a clear path. Stories of Mary's scandal-laden romantic affairs ignited a public sensation at the time, making it entirely plausible to speculate that the Mary, Mary, quite contrary nursery rhyme finds its roots in the captivating tapestry of her life. The tale of Rizzio's murder, Lord Darnley's death, Queen Mary's descent into Bothwell's grasp, and the chilling echoes of those turbulent days continue to captivate, to intrigue, and to remind us that even within the most regal corridors, the shadows hold secrets that defy the passage of centuries. However, there exists a belief that the rhyme may allude to a different Mary from the same era, Mary Tudor, known by the chilling moniker Bloody Mary. Born of the union between Henry VIII and Catherine of Aragon, her life became a tapestry of intrigue, betrayal, and a thirst for power. Mary sought to dismantle the foundations of the Church of England, striving to reclaim the Catholic faith that had been cast aside. It was a gambit to regain her mother's legacy, a path that ultimately led to a reign drenched in terror.
How you doing?
The rhyme speaks of her being contrary,
Thank you.
which could represent the paradox capturing the dual nature of her rule, a queen seeking salvation while sowing the seeds of dread. The line, "How does your garden grow?" is a question that extends beyond the surface. In one interpretation, it speaks of her desperate yearning for a child. At the age of 38, she married King Philip II of Spain, driven by a deep urgency to secure an heir.
Stay with
As
me,
time
bro.
passed,
You can make
whispers
it.
spread about Mary's pregnancy, conveyed through private letters that detailed the growth of her belly and the sensation of a baby's movements.
Not long now.
In the early days of May 1555, a rumour ignited like wildfire, news that the Queen had given birth, prompting widespread celebrations in London and the surrounding areas, marked by bonfires and unrestrained joy. However, reality shattered this illusion just days later, revealing the rumour as false. Unyielding, Mary clung to a belief that her child's birth was imminent and issued a statement that God would not allow her child to be born until all the Protestant dissenters were punished, beginning another round of executions. Yet despite the fervour, the cries, and the whispers, the promised heir never came. Another interpretation sees the darkness run even deeper still, for the garden in the rhyme could just as easily refer to a graveyard, where each of Mary's executions fertilizes the earth with its dark harvest. The whispers of history suggest that the remainder of the rhyme's cryptic imagery holds a key to her reign of terror. Silver bells could be a chilling metaphor for the torment inflicted upon her victims, invoking the image of thumbscrews, cockle shells, a sinister representation of genital torture, and the pretty maids in a row, referencing a grim procession leading to the ominous embrace of the maiden, an executioner's tool of choice. It's a macabre picture, each line unraveling a dark truth hidden in history's shadows.
Appreciate
Though
you coming
intriguing,
by, brother.
this theory might be deemed unlikely, as Mary was known to favor burning Protestants at the stake for execution, with little evidence to support the notion that her victims endured the torture devices mentioned in the rhyme. Mary Tudor, a woman entwined in the threads of power and pain, navigated a treacherous landscape where ambition and cruelty walked hand in hand. The rhyme's layers of meaning reflect the complexity of her legacy, a queen of paradoxes, a ruler of shadows, and a figure whose name has become synonymous with a reign of terror, forever etching her place in the history books. Which of these theories do you find most convincing? Or perhaps you have your own ideas? We're eager to hear from you, so leave us a comment. If you enjoyed this glimpse into the origins of Mary Quite Contrary, hit that like button And please don't hesitate to share which nursery rhyme you'd like us to explore next. Stay tuned because the adventure...
I want to do Hansel and Gretel. Right.
I don't think that someone's phone's going to last that long.
No, there's no way. He is so screwed at it. All right. So what do you reckon the chances are that there are saber-toothed cats alive in the world today?
Well, certainly some of their descendants may have changed slightly, but yeah, I don't think they're as they're the way they are. Where
the big ones,
not the dark itself.
Maybe not big ones, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what if I were to tell you that there have been a number of sightings over the past 100 years that are very difficult to square with most any other critter? It's not a saber-tooth. I don't know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, bud?
Not much. Figured I'd hop up here and say hi to everyone.
Good evening.
Greetings.
I have to ask, how does this sound with me being through my Bluetooth in my truck? Well, my boss's truck.
That's all right.
Seems fine.
Okay. Good, good.
Excellent.
We shall
My
continue.
plans are working perfectly. Hey, Boo-Boo, do you want to hear about these here saber-toothed kitties?
Yes.
I don't know. You can always show the last 3 shorts I just posted.
Wow. That was loud, bro.
Loud.
Yeah, that was my truck getting a text message.
That's unfortunate.
For us.
Sorry about that.
It's fine. Not your fault.
Good. Let's talk about the toxic kitties. So one interesting thing I do know about Smilodon, and I can't remember what the other saber-toothed cat that was here for a while. First of all, they're not cats. They're plantigrade predators that co-evolved the shape of cats, more closely related to bears. 2, they are overwhelmingly represented in the La Brea tar pit fossil collection. For every herbivorous specimen they have a number of saber-toothed cats from all walks of life. This is because the big animals would get stuck in the tar, and these other predatory animals would come and try to feed on the animals stuck in the car. And apparently they were successful to some extent in doing such things, but they were also casualties. Essendon Hennessy. Hey, dude. How you doing? You okay with it? Has today been a good day for you? I want a story like I could turn into a nursery rhyme. All I got is conspiracy theories these days. Well, you tell them like a nursery rhyme, right? You know, I hear tell that the Epcot Center's lost its mechanical Biden, and nobody knows where it's at currently.
It's up in the White House.
Allegedly.
In the depth of night, when shadows stretch and the land is cloaked in darkness, humans often find themselves haunted by an ancient fear, a fear of the dark. While this fear is something more common in children, who generally grow out of it, I think many of us can still feel a little uneasy in pitch black, especially if we aren't in the comfort of our own homes. It's the fear of not knowing what's out there, but feeling that there is something out there. This primal apprehension, shared by many, can be traced back to the earliest days of human existence. Our ancestors who roamed prehistoric landscapes had to be cautious of the night. We don't really have the best night vision, and that darkness concealed predators. Predators that scared our ancestors so much, we can still feel that fear today. There is probably a variety of creatures to fear, including big cats with big teeth. Humans and saber-toothed cats lived together as recently as 10,000 years ago, all the way back to some of the earliest members of the human lineage, 6.5 to 7.5 million years ago. when Sahelanthropus chadensis lived where Chad is today, along with Macrotus caber, a saber-tooth that rivaled the biggest tigers of today. Even though saber-toothed tigers were with us for most of our history as a species, it is widely accepted that today they are all extinct. However,
or are they?
Before we begin the video today, a big thank you to all my patrons for supporting the channel.
All of these would be mammals. Yes. Smilodon is a mammal. The great ground sloth is a mammal. The American bison is a mammal. These are all also Ice Age mammals, which means typically, not always, because you also have the dwarf mastodons and dwarf mammoths that were on islands all across the northern oceans up there that were dwarves. But for the most part, Ice Age animals are larger than modern counterparts. So think about the Komodo dragon, but 60 feet long, traipsing across the great wide open in the outback of Australia. Think about alligators the size of freaking microbuses. Right?
In 1969, a big game hunter named Christian Loup Noel and his tracker were in the Enedi Plateau, a mountainous region in northeast Chad, when they heard a loud bellowing sound. The tracker, who was terrified, explained to Christian that the sound came from a mountain tiger, an animal described as being larger than a lion with huge saber-like canines. After hearing the roar on the mountain and being understandably a little spooked, the tracker told Christian of a time he had seen one of the tigers back in 1940 when he and his father had shot a horse antelope before seeing it getting taken away by a mountain tiger. To quote what Christian wrote himself, "To convince me, they took me to a rock shelter cave where, according to them, there was a mountain tiger about 30 years ago. We were in 1970. My first tracker, Jamé, affirmed to have seen it with his father during a hunting party in these hills of Malay. He and his father had managed to kill a horse antelope, 300 kilos, so about 660 pounds, and at the time of the skinning, a mountain tiger had emerged from the bush to seize the trophy and had won without apparent effort, in front of both terrified and dumbfounded hunters who had not asked for their rest and had returned empty-handed to the village. Christian, who was probably eager to figure out what kind of animal the mountain tiger was, showed some trackers colored drawings of different cats, tigers, ocelots, cheetahs, snow leopards, cougars, and Smilodon, and they, quote, without any hesitation, referred to the Smilodon as their mountain tiger. He also said that they are excellent hunters for big cats. They have great visual acuity, as well as an extraordinary sense of observation for everything that concerns the wildlife of the bush. They therefore cannot confuse two types of wild animals. According to accounts of various tribes, the tiger is usually larger than a lion with reddish fur.
Here's an interesting observation that I find almost cripplingly just silly. So most continents have representations of saber-toothed typed animals that would resemble the Smilodon to a more or less extent. Africa doesn't. There's no evidence, physical evidence that I'm aware of that there were ever any saber-toothed animals in Africa that could be described as a saber-toothed tiger. Ever.
Either way, I still would not want to encounter one in modern day. Anytime a cat gets bigger than 35 pounds, it can take you down.
I would give them my entire load of 9mm rounds.
If something like that came at me, I would say it was probably a mountain lion or something like that. I know what I would do. Run.
You'd probably die.
Yeah,
I'm probably die.
There's actually a short of a mountain lion over on the West Coast punching a dude, and he has his pistol with him, and that's the only thing that saved his life.
I covered that one night on a show, and they fucking copyrighted that thing into non-existence. It got stripped off my channel, but I did it voluntarily because they blocked it everywhere. They let me do it live, but then blocked it as soon as I was done doing the live stream. Anyway, that video is like 20 minutes long.
I keep seeing shorts for it.
He chases that dude up he chases him down the side of a mountain on this gravel road, and then up the side of another mountain for like 15, 20 minutes until he finally runs him off. At every step, it's stressful. And the whole time I was watching it, first time I watched it, I was like, rock, pick up a rock. There are thousands of rocks around you. As soon as you throw a rock at that cat, he'll realize you are actually a threat and he will go away. That's a cat. He has lost the realm of surprise.
No, as soon as you turn your back or as soon as you make yourself smaller, that cat is going to pounce on you as soon as you go reach for that rock.
You're not wrong, but at the same time, you have to take a chance. This thing is going to fucking eat you if it gets to you before you get to your truck. And you're 12 miles away from your truck.
See, I would have crouched down and pretend like I was picking up a rock with my pistol and just waited until it went to start charging. And as soon as it got within about 10 feet of me, yeah.
There's one that was stripped off of YouTube. I haven't been able to find it. I went looking for it, but there's this guy who was hunting. He's like hunting elk or some crap. And he's like sitting around when all of a sudden just rises up out of the grass a freaking cougar about 5 feet away from me. He's like, oh shit. And the summit jumps and he draws and shoots it right under the chin and turns his head into like a weird shaped walnut. Damn cat lands on top of him. He's just like, oh my Jesus Christ. That thing was gonna lucky. I would have been a missing 411. He was going to put me on a milk carton. He freaks out. And rightfully so.
I mean, I heard a long time ago, and don't quote me on this, if you had to place humans on a list of animals, we would be above sardines and below wild pigs on abilities to defend ourselves and just natural defenses. That's not our technology and not our ability to work in groups.
Bro, you drop my ass off in a swamp somewhere and I would drown whatever I need to eat. Like, I swear to God,
I'm just saying if you were thrown into a pit and all you had were your bare hands against, I don't know, about 99% of the animals on this planet.
All right. Yeah. No, 100%, I'd fuck them.
You might as well try.
There's that 1% out there, like orangutans, gorillas, chimpanzees, bears, tigers. I might go down to a honey badger. I mean, I'm telling you, most of that shit I'd eat.
I mean, you can try. I'll sit in the stands and let you try, and I'll record it. I'll post it on your channel for you. I won't even post it on mine.
Hold on, no. I don't want to meet the motherfucker capable of throwing my ass in that pit, though.
Yeah, that'd be a real scary person.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Me stay in a fucking hole. Good goddamn luck.
It would be a bigger Sasquatch.
Dude, I don't know what you're gonna do.
I bet it'd be King Kong.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I do not want to meet this gentleman. I think he's a nice gentleman. Pimp Squad say he should stay on his side of the street.
Country boy, I agree with you. By the way, there's no way I'd go in this swamp.
Pimp Squad needs to sing some Leroy Brown or something.
All I know is the only reason we're the dominant species on this planet and the dominant hunter on this planet is our abilities to craft tools, i.e. back in prehistoric days, spears and rocks, and our ability to talk and work in groups.
Don't
That's the only reason we rule this planet.
Never underestimate the effectiveness of a trap. Tools are all well and good. Complex traps, wow. Simple traps like fish baskets, dude. Do you realize the brilliance of a fish basket? What sort of assorted genius figured that one out? And it happened before they developed hooks. Figure that shit.
There's these shorts I see all the time, and they're like jungle trap things where they make holes and all kinds of stuff, and they use I can't think of what it's called.
I got you.
The little rope where they walk into the rope and then it cinches down their neck.
Mm-hmm.
And I see shorts for them all the time where they're catching birds and stuff. They're interesting.
My favorite of all time, and this is a solid, probably very illegal all around trap. If you're sustenance, if you're stuck in the woods and you need something, right? A body of water, some fishing line, some treble hooks, and some corn, or any old other type of thing you can find to put on it, and you tie a tuft of grass around it, put a little bit of water in the bottle, and then float it out there. And any old thing that comes along, whether it's a duck, a deer, a catfish, anything, brim, crappie, whatever it is you got in the neighborhood will eventually come along and get stuck to that bottle. You can pick up a 3-course meal when you come back.
I swear, corn is the best bait for fishing. And there's actually states where it's illegal to use corn for fishing.
Yeah.
Just go buy a can of sweet corn. That's all you need for a whole week of fishing. Or at least a few hours, because they eat it quick.
But it depends on what you're fishing for. But yeah, like I spent so much time fishing as a kid. I kind of became a specialist in certain types of fish, right? Because down here we don't have just like one type of fish. It's not crappie. It's not like bass or whatever. We've got like 37 species of freaking brim. and they all live as slightly different variances of the ecology, right? So I used to trip people out in high school when we'd go fishing, and they would go down to the bridge where everybody sits and fishes, and I would immediately walk out into the middle of the creek and walk up the creek and go fill up my fish stringer, and then come back and start cooking while they went on fishing. And they were like, how do you do that? And I said, well, everyone fishes here. No one fishes up there. Up there, they've never seen hand of man. They're completely as naive as babes in the woods. You put food in front of them, they eat it.
I'll say I've caught pretty much anything you can think of except for gar. Gar is the only thing that won't eat corn.
Well, they're carnivores.
Yeah. But I've caught catfish. I've caught smallmouth, big mouth.
Fish on them like channel cats in Appaloosa.
I don't know what kind of catfish they are. I just know they're catfish. And they can be about 20, 30 pounds, and they're fun to try to catch. Chicken liver and some pantyhose, and you're set.
So you got it.
And white stripes. It has a short or no tail and very large front canines. It is also said to have short, dog-like ears. The animals allegedly like to keep away from scavengers due to their slow eating habits and prefer to live in the mountains, sometimes in caves. As lions used to exist in the area until 1940, the mountain tigers may have adapted to mountain terrain to avoid competition. It's been theorized that the animals would fill the ecological niche of a bear. Now, we can go back a little further to find some earlier accounts of some saber-toothed cats from what is now South Sudan and Uganda in 1959. This account comes from the book Les félins encore inconnus d'Afrique, The Still Unknown Felines of Africa, by Bernard Heuvelmans. As many cryptid fans may know, Mr. Heuvelmans is considered one of, if not the, father of cryptozoology. In his book, he records an account from J.K. Jackson. Some workers from the Akoli Hills reported seeing an unknown creature. Some laborers working high in the Akoli Hills, clearing fire lines, came to me with a tale of having seen a large animal, bigger than a lion and very broad. Its head was large, with a pointed muzzle, and a black mouth with long canine teeth. The general color was brownish with vertical yellow-white stripes on its flanks. It left an elongated footprint, the size and shape of that of a small boy, but with claws. The beast was quite unknown to them, and they were very scared about it. Now, while some attribute this to a saber-tooth due to the long canine teeth, some aspects of the description don't really match up just right. The pointed muzzle doesn't really sound particularly feline, and in fact, it seems that Jackson came to a different conclusion altogether. He thought it was a Nandi bear, a different cryptid altogether. When Jackson conveyed this information to Inspector of Hunts at Torit, Major Anderson.
Have you heard about the Nandi bear?
No, that's
but
new to
I'm
me.
sure you're going to tell us.
All right. So the Nandi bear is a mysterious cryptid in Africa that is a bear, but Africa only has like the sun bear or something like that. And it's basically an insectivore. And so people report seeing this huge, massively fanged animal that occasionally stands on its hind legs and is known to roar. It's randomly encountered all across the freaking continent, apparently, and it's called a Nandi bear because there are no bears. They're not there, you know. So if there is a bear species that's mucking around in Africa that's apparently like 12 foot, 15 foot fucking tall, that's on par with like a modern grizzly. It's like them giant Russian brown bears or Kodiak from Alaska. Fucking huge, dude. And we ain't found it. We have no evidence that it exists anywhere. Okay.
I think it's a mixture between a polar bear and a grizzly bear.
In Africa?
No, not in Africa. Is what they think the Yeti is. Because you got to think about it. Most people that encounter Yetis supposedly say they're extremely aggressive and that the Yeti is hunting them.
Wait. Here's the issue there. The Yeti is a Himalayan thing. It's Asian, distinctly Southeast Asian, whereas the polar bear is an Arctic thing, and it's distinctly Arctic. There are grizzly-type brown bears in the Himalayas, but I don't see where the crossover
mixed breeding, just like a liger. When you mix a tiger and a lion together, you get a liger. It's the same thing, but it's a polar bear with whatever local bears they have over there in the Himalayas.
They got several. They got brown bears, honey bears, rare bears, tall bears, pretty bear, Kelly J, Brelly bear, smelling bear, smoking bear, poking bear. What do you want out of them, dude?
I don't know, but it made sense. One dude even has one mounted in his little cabin from where he shot it.
Sorry, dude.
Anderson told him, like most Nandi bears, it was probably an aberrant spotted hyena, and I guess Jackson agreed. But there are more accounts from Chad. In the book, Mystery Cats of the World Revisited by Dr. Carl Schuker, he writes of an account published in a travel log called Travers l'Afrique Francaise, or Across French Africa, by Lieutenant Colonel Andre J.V. Just a quick side note, many of the original sources are going to be written in French, as they come from former French and Belgian French-speaking colonies in sub-Saharan Africa. So apologies for my pronunciation. Anyway, in this log, there is a creature in Chad's Ouada district called Yasau, a big feline that resembles a bear and is plantigrade, walks on the soles of its feet. Felines, however, generally are digigrade. Their heels don't touch the ground. An interesting distinction, and Dr. Schuker points this out in his book, even saying, there was once a most unusual type of cat whose hind feet were at least partially plantigrade. This was Homotherium, the scimitar cat, which happens to have been a saber-tooth. Coincidence? Interesting point.
I think
However,
not.
this book was published in 2020, and a paper titled Behavior of Homotherium in Light of Modern African Big Cats by Marcusio Anton in April 2020 seems to suggest that Homotherium was a proper digigrade, so it's hard to say. There also isn't an account of the feline having the saber-like teeth in Dr. Shuker's retelling. I would like to get my hands on the original, but it costs hundreds of dollars and has only been published in French. I imagine Dr. Shuker would have noted the description of teeth if they were there.
Check the Wayback
There is also
Machine.
a variety of mountain tiger that is said to be maned, a melanistic variety that is mostly nocturnal, the hagel or hagel. In the book Mysterious
Share the link,
Creatures,
bro.
A Guide to Cryptozoology
I'm not
by
gonna be up in
Eberhard
about
George
another
M.
15
According to an anthropologist, Jean-Francois Vincent, the hagel is said to be larger than a lion, but like a lion, it has a mane. The tail, however, is much shorter, and of course, it has very long fangs, which apparently make it difficult for the animal to open its mouth. Due to this, the hagel is said to only tackle small prey.
But bro, you need a hand, let me know. Just drop me an email. I'm more of a visual editing type of person, so if you can have the visuals created, I can put them together in some kind of something or another. I've recently learned to fiddle with sound in editing, so there's that. Or, we could always just invite Yogi in. We could have a big, long conversation about it. We could argue with each other in different voices.
And you always have conversations with yourself.
I've seriously been considering one of those. It's like, hello, bird. What are you doing here? I'll say, somebody get that junkie out of the way. I'm so tired of him being over here.
Meanwhile,
I think if you put something together, I think it'd be really good.
I have to try to keep my mic muted half the time because you just have me over here laughing most of the time.
Oh, I know that. It's one of them.
But are you laughing at me or laughing with me?
With you.
I'd like to think I'm laughing with you because you're acting funny and making me laugh.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd be like saying things and people be saying things back.
I mean, I don't know how you want us. I don't know if it'd be either one of those or if it'd be option 3 because you're trying to actively make me laugh / everyone else.
Yeah, no. See, I didn't know people couldn't tell jokes. There are actual people in the world that just can't deliver a decent joke to save their fucking skin, right? Like,
I'm one of them.
I ran across no. I've got this awesome. I really need to go edit this out. I got to go find that episode. I have this after dark where Sci-Fi Bri comes on one night, and he proceeds to tell about 25 jokes in a row, but he doesn't get a single one out that he don't say the punchline and then go, "Wait a second, I got it wrong."
Oh, I think I remember that.
Dude, I was crying. And then and I typed the joke into the freaking chat, into the private chat for him to read, and he did it exactly the same thing. Just read it. He was like, and told the punchline. I said, wait, no, hold on. Going live in like 75 minutes, bro. Like, I don't understand. What are you? I'm so confused. Just if you're going live, share the link, and I'll wait until you share the link to. I've got another outro thing that I made for the Blast Radius.
Oh, I saw that today.
No, that was the intro. You haven't seen this one.
Oh, okay.
I think this is the. Let me see.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the longest shows he's put on.
Hold on. Remove that. That's not at all. What I was.
Grab the link.
Okay, so apparently Captain Curmudgeon has released some music specifically for Blast Radius. So I guess I got to poach that from somewhere somehow. I thought he was sharing a link to the show he scheduled. I'm pretty sure he scheduled it. I was going to share it with y'all. Anyway, have you shared the link over there yet? No? Why can't you share a link, dude, at 12 Central? Like, when the fuck is that?
Hang on, we've got people
An
from
hour and
Australia
7
listening
minutes
in.
What I'm getting at is this, though. If you go and you look at anywhere on Earth, right? Like any kind of fucking timing, anything. It usually either uses Universal Time, Greenwich Mean Time, or East Coast Time. Sometimes they'll go as far as saying East Coast Pacific Time, right? And they'll show you those two. Central. My man goes Central. I'm like, wait, which way is that? That's
West.
You know how many shows I've had ruined
in the middle.
Zones?
It's why I have to put on the time of when I go live. I have to put UK time.
Right. Well, I mean,
because otherwise people just get totally confused. I mean, consider them in the UK anyway, you'd expect them to realise, but not everybody thinks the same way. Do you, Sasquatch?
I don't know what to tell you, dude. I got like 5 more minutes I'm gonna kill before we go any further. You want to see some more about some saber-toothies?
If you wish to continue it, yes. Why not?
All right.
Sounds good.
Very slowly. It has very few offspring and apparently lives in layers in the mountains near Temke. Now, multiple people told Vincent that they had seen the Hegel. They said, quote, "We are scared when we meet him because of his great size, and yet he is less dangerous than a lion because of the time he takes to open his mouth," which is an interesting piece of information. It takes a long time to open its mouth. In the 19th century, paleontologists like Richard Owen and Edward Drinker Cope suggested that Smilodon used those big teeth to cut through the tough and often armored hides of giant sloths and huge armadillos. However, it seems that saber teeth on Smilodon were somewhat fragile. Specimens of Smilodon from the La Brea Asphalt and other sites bear broken fangs. Paleontologists like Julie Meechin and Juje Jack Sheng have suggested that due to the fragility of the teeth, it may have come down to those thick Smilodon arms to pin its prey when it ambushed, and then it would use the teeth to either rip the throat or make a piercing, killing bite, severing the cardioid artery. Now, we don't know for sure which of these methods it used, assuming it was one of them, but it would be different from our modern-day big cats who engage a throttling bite to clamp down on the throat of large prey to crush the windpipe. Now, going back to the Hegel, I don't know if this exactly accounts for a slower bite per se, but if it exists and is similar to other saber-tooths from the past, it would have to be a lot more methodical with its bite. Perhaps that means it would have to be slower? However, wouldn't that also mean it would need to rely on ambushing its prey and having the ability to pin them down with incredible strength? Two things that I would imagine would make this predatory animal pretty terrifying. Returning again to Mr. Hwebelman's The Still Unknown Felines of Africa, he speculates that these mountain tigers had taken to the montane habitat again to avoid competition with big cats. That said, there are other accounts of saber-toothed cats in other areas of Chad and the CAR, such as the lower wetlands.
I just want to say this real quick. If that cat's anything like a lion, it doesn't need to use its teeth to rip flesh off of bones. Lions literally use their tongues, and their tongues have like hundreds of barbs on them.
Just like a domestic cat.
A wildcat in America are renowned for after incapacitating their victims, taking their shoes off and licking the bottom of their feet. They lick the skin off and you bleed profusely, and they move back and forth from one foot to the other so as to keep the blood flowing. That is one of the theories of why 411 victims are almost always missing their shoes, and they're always found side by side. In at least one case, a cougar was scared off of a hiker who had been landed on, not killed, but pinned, and had his shoes removed by the cougar when a couple of bikers happened upon him and spooked the cat off of him.
Maybe there's some type of sea lion that we don't know about, because they continuously find feet, just 1 or 2 feet on the West Coast, randomly wash up on shore.
The thing about that is, like, if enough people fall in the ocean, when all you're going to find is feet. the feet will stay intact in a shoe for a long time, and once the shin bone comes loose from it, it'll float in a sneaker. So you find feet. If any ship goes anywhere in the Pacific, they wash up over there. If you go look at the beaches there are massive, huge piles of driftwood everywhere.
Occasionally, a few feet.
and a few feet, yeah, like 70 of them.
Well, before you finish this off, I'm going to drop off. Thanks for allowing me up again for the last 4 hours. It's been absolutely fantastic. I have enjoyed it. Smoking Auditors, thanks for nipping up. Great to see you again. And everybody in the chat, you've had a fantastic time discussing various things and getting involved. So, well done.
It's always
more people did that. It's been nice and chill tonight,
right?
So
it's always a pleasure seeing you, Grim. If you guys haven't checked out his channel, you guys should go check out the Grim Reaper Network. It's interesting.
Yeah, we're starting a few other things which I'm hoping to be able to talk with Sasquatch about and get it out there again. Do another interview. But in the meantime, I'll see you again soon. Take care, people, and peace out.
Brother. Don't let the man get you down.
Never in a million years.
All right, so I got this outro that I put together. I'm gonna drop you backstage for a second and let it do. Actually, no, I think I cover everything. Let's see. All right, so this is my version of an outro for the Blast Radius.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some honestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable. Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking. Now that I've been put through, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. Everything I do, so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move, so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains that last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
Before I drop out, if you can, I guess I could go find it.
If you're trying to get me to post a link, I can't do that right now.
I was asking Sunshine because she's going to be going over there anyway, unless she's already gone. I was going to give her a few seconds to post it if she's here, you know. But I imagine she's already gone. So
Sunshine, if you're still here, can you post Scully's link?
I just said that like all out loud and stuff. So
you never said his name though. You just asked her to post a random link. It's recorded.
Anyway.
Oh.
Yeah, no, that was the idea is the blast radius is the name of the show. Fallout would be the after dark type section of the show, and so that's the results of the blast.
I actually just
we haven't really put it together yet. We were going to get together tomorrow night and actually sit down and try to hammer out what it actually looks like, because these are all just raw ideas we're spitballing at each other.
I'm not gonna lie, my ADD is acting up because I've been drinking, but that's why I changed topics so much so quickly right now. But I just learned that about Fallout. Apparently, if you drop a nuke and let it hit the ground, you destroy that environment for thousands of years. If you do what we did in World War II,
elements, and it depends on the derivative of the cesium.
Yeah, but
explains the whole thing.
What we did in World War II was when we dropped those nukes, we designed them to explode in the air so we wouldn't permanently destroy the environment.
We'll talk about that in just a minute. Y'all be cool, folks. We're out.